Good.
I want to give you guys kudos. Listen to a good portion of your show today.
Oh, really?
Great conversations. You guys had an awesome conversation about Calandria. And your prompt today about whom is the coolest player in all of sport was phenomenal. Peak summer radio by you guys. So kudos to you.
You should thank the Fairly Odd Couple, which you can listen to on this show.
Is it the odd? I'm pretty sure it's just the Odd Couple.
It might be.
I don't know. I think it's a Fairly Odd Couple.
There's also the Odds Couple, which that's a gambling podcast with Mike North and Carmen DeFalco.
That seems like something I will never listen to.
Now, it's actually pretty entertaining. I produced the show a couple of times.
Oh,
it's actually great.
Now, did you know that the Odd Couple? Do you know about the Odd Couple?
Yes, I do. It's one of the the intro is like, this guy won a high school championship. Okay. This guy reported on a high school.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the television show.
No, I don't.
The Fairly Odd Parents.
No, not that.
I know that one. That was great.
The Odd Couple.
Yes. Timmy Turner.
Felix and Oscar.
Felix and Oscar.
Matthew Perry.
Is it Jack Lemmon?
No.
Jack Lemmon and is it Walter Matthau?
It is.
These are all names that I've heard, and yet I don't know who any of these people look like outside of Matthew Perry.
I didn't know the actors in it at all.
Did I get it?
No, not even a little bit.
Okay.
No, Tony Randall and Jack Klugman.
Okay.
That does not sound like a Hollywood last name.
Mr. Klugman.
Never heard of
Klugman. Is there an H in there that you're overpronouncing?
Klugman.
Okay, you're just gagging on air now. That's disgusting.
That's what you asked for. So, you don't know about that show? That's a good television show.
No, I don't. Do you?
My dad watches stuff on like old TV shows all the time. Still, he still watches like Twilight Zones just all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, it's so good.
My dad doesn't rewatch shows, but he's always watching new shows like on Netflix.
No, it's just always the stuff that's on. And there's no rewatching it in order. Like he doesn't go back and watch shows. It's just when it's on,
he's
either
there.
TCM or the MeTV thing or whatever. I don't know where he finds his channels, but it's all 70s shows.
So
I got a Twilight Zone channel in my house.
They're the Odd Couple movie.
Gotcha. Sorry, what did you say, Josh?
I got an Twilight Zone channel at my house.
Yeah, is there a whole Twilight Zone channel, or is it just the MeTV? Like, I feel like it's always on MeTV.
All these smart TVs, they got these. So they're called fast channels.
MeTV
is like hyper specialized.
MeTV is what Connor's talking about. Where I'm pretty sure what they play, like the Brady Bunch and like
Happy Days.
And they
play TV Land, basically.
Pretty much what TV Land was at the beginning.
What's the match game? They have the match game.
They'll play like
the
Flintstones on Saturday morning.
13-year-old me.
Right, so currently on MeTV, Matlock.
Yeah.
I need to get MeTV.
MeTV also will do I Love Lucy reruns.
So
I Love
this is
Lucy
all
marathons.
of my childhood in the summer
also,
when television was just reruns of syndicated old stuff.
I'm almost positive too you'll get a Golden Girls marathon on MeTV as well.
So here's a schedule on MeTV today. We got Matlock until 10. Hawaii Five-0 starts at 10.
Fine.
Then the Waltons at 11.
Okay.
Gunsmoke at noon. Bonanza at 1. The Rifleman at 2. This feature episode of The Rifleman at 2:30. Wagon Train at 3. Emergency at 4. Hogan's Heroes at 5. MASH at 5:30. All the way up until 7 when the Andy Griffith Show turns on. And then we go to Everybody Loves Raymond at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
That's a new one.
Well, the people that made up most of the audience are asleep by 8
And the Carol Burnett Show at 10. Shout out to Carol Burnett.
I'm almost positive that the Golden Girls at 9 is a staple of MeTV. That is their closer. That's what always comes out.
Hey, I was in a different part of the house from my wife earlier this week, and I said, "Hey, what are you doing over there? Is it worth getting up and going down to the basement and doing what you're doing with you?" She said, "I'm watching."
That might have been the most unbelievably awkward explanation that had ever been uttered in the crossover.
But this is like clearly everybody knows that Josh has been married to his wife for a decade after putting those words in that order.
12 years earlier this week. Thank you. And she says, "I'm watching Little House on the Prairie."
Nice.
And I go, "What the hell year is it?" They redid Little House on the Prairie on Netflix, and the women are watching it.
Yeah, the women love it.
I saw a review that compared it to Deadwood without the swearing.
Whoa.
And I was like, I am interested. I don't
What
understand how
properties
this
do
could be
we
remotely
own that we can
safe.
make kind of feel like Yellowstone? Yellowstone's hot right now. What do we
Absolutely.
got? What do we own?
Yellowstone is huge with the olds. Huge with
I
the
think it's just the olds.
My dad did what you did with the Bear, where when Costner left Yellowstone, he was done, but
Yeah.
he just finished it because he had to finish it.
Yeah.
Type deal. But he was very upset when Kevin Costner was no longer on the screen.
Well,
Would
I
it
mean-
shock you that Kevin Costner is one of Mike McMaster's top 5 favorite
No, but
actors?
Kevin
not in the
Costner's
least.
not on the screen. All the characters should be asking, where's Kevin
Of course, Kevin Costner.
But it's interesting though because Kevin Costner didn't he only miss like the last like 4 episodes? Didn't they just end it right after he died?
I'm pretty sure they did a whole season after.
Yeah, but like it wasn't. That's it. Maybe
Yeah.
there was 5, right?
But he was very disappointed when
I made
Costner
it
was no
through
longer
3
in the show.
very long seasons of that show.
I did
before the
not make
plug
it
was
that
pulled.
far. I made it. I think through 1, maybe 1.5 before I got too angry
First
about
season
what I
was
was watching.
the first season was very watchable. It was then in the second season when things started to devolve for me. And then by the third season, I couldn't handle Beth to the point where I couldn't watch the show,
The most unlikable character in all of television history for me.
which at least a few of them could be on that show alone.
Yeah, so he was gone for a whole season 5, I believe, is what I'm reading.
That's right. And then he was still getting a producer credit on
Yes.
that. And that cheesed off the creator of the show. So he's okay, same characters, same world, different title for the show so that I don't have to give Kevin Costner any more money.
That's right.
Because those guys hate each other.
Yeah.
Taylor Sheridan seems
Yeah,
like
that's
he
the
is
guy.
just, a real peach to be around. So
I mean, same with Costner.
Yeah, I was
Costner
going to say,
seemed-
I think
I
you
don't
can
think-
pick either one of those guys and find people that don't like them and have
well,
valid
yeah,
reasons.
I probably. I
So
feel
then
like
putting them together.
I
it
feel
seems
like if
it's
you're
all about
around
that.
if you're around in Hollywood for over 10 years, then you definitely have stepped on toes to still be.
It doesn't have to be that way. You could be a nice guy.
Yeah.
You could be Keanu Reeves.
Henry Winkler.
Henry
Everyone
Winkler.
loves
Everybody
Henry
loves
Winkler.
Henry Winkler.
I love Henry Winkler.
See, even Matt loves
the
them.
Fonz.
I know.
Maybe that's on Me TV.
And he only
Yeah.
knows them as the Fonz.
It used to be. It's not on as much as it used to be though. But there
To Me TV.
So
They
do
definitely
I get Me
do-
TV on YouTube?
I
Probably
think so.
not.
I think so.
Oh, wow.
I think you do.
you want to put it on right now if we get it on YouTube TV?
Well, we
it's
already
still
know what's on.
Matlock.
We do
It's-
not get it on YouTube TV because it's always channel like 6.4.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Then I don't get it.
There's got to be a channel on there. Hawaii Five-0 just started, so we don't need to watch that.
Yeah, we don't need to watch Wi-Fi.
Matlock's a heck of a
An
show.
aging jewel thief steals from the rooms at the Waikiki hotels and taunts 5-0 by leaving a trail of clues behind.
So I have a friend, and she has a job, but like she doesn't do a lot at her job other than just sit at a desk and watch TV. It's a running joke at this point that she's employed, but she
a
doesn't work.
receptionist?
Of some sort. She works in like science or whatever. I don't know. I just asked her what she does. She's like, oh, I do this, but I don't really work or watch a lot of TV. And she was explaining to me what she's now watching. And she was telling me she was watching like CSI.
Yeah.
And she's on like season 8.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, how much time do you have at work that like you are now watching episodic
Terrible
crime
shows.
television?
Yeah.
Because she's like, no, you're totally right. I've worked through all of the actual like dramatic series and seasons to the point where it's like I'm done with them. She's now watching
I don't
Hawaii
understand the people
Five-0
that
and
work while
CSI.
watching scripted television.
She does. This is
I
the
can't
joke.
do it.
She doesn't really work. That's her thing. She's like, I have a job and I get paid, but I don't really do a
But
whole
she,
lot.
occasionally her brain has to be pulled in a different direction than the show.
You would think.
I
I've
feel
asked
I'm
her
a
this, and she goes,
very
no, not
odd-
really.
Like, I think I'm a very odd person that if there's a show that I like or something that I'm watching and I'm committed to watching a scripted television show or a movie, I can't work. I can't have it on as like background.
Yep.
I get too focused on all of it,
Same.
and then I
Well-
can't do anything else.
I think for some people, they don't care what happens.
See, I
on the-
care too much.
Yeah, same.
I think I care too much. I
About
need to know.
No, if I'm watching something, I want to watch it.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to fall
I'm
asleep,
not
Josh.
half-assing a TV show. If I'm half-assing it, I don't want to watch
I'm
it.
not trying to odds in a television show where I just doze off in the middle of it. I'd be
You
offended.
do this?
Josh falls asleep literally anywhere.
Oh, anywhere.
Anywhere, anytime.
I get pictures from his wife about where he's falling asleep
Connor
on a
used to
given
get
day.
those pictures.
Yeah, they've been
don't-
transferred to Matt.
Yeah,
Man,
it's
I
not
don't
my
have that. I don't
I
responsibility.
still get them,
ability.
by the way.
I can't. Like my sleep has to be very, like, decided when it's going to happen.
Sure. You have to prep yourself up for your sleep.
If I can get
it's not
7
prep
minutes
myself up.
somewhere,
I just don't. I can't
No.
sleep in public. I don't think I want to be asleep around other people.
Yeah.
I've slept in public.
I don't. I want to sleep like in a bed. Generally, I don't want to sleep on a
I've
couch
slept in a bed.
or on a recliner or whatever.
Oh, I love sleep. I have a recliner. I have a lazy boy chair, and sometimes I'll just be like, you know what? I'm sleeping in this tonight.
Plane, car, train, boat.
I can't sleep on
These
a
are
plane.
places I fell asleep.
I can't.
I can fall asleep on a plane, but I do the like jerky wake yourself up motion 9 times, and it sucks.
I'm too stressed when I'm on the plane. I just can't. I'm not flying for like 3 months, and I'm hyped up about it. I'm great. I flew
So
too much.
you just get stressed
I
out.
get anxious.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
like it. I've never enjoyed it.
You should listen to my boy, one of my pilots that I follow on TikTok. They're always telling people how cool it is to fly, and it's not. It's easy.
That is a stress reliever for me when I
You seen Captain Steve?
no, but I've seen is Captain Steve the blonde-haired guy who like lives in Florida now, who formerly
No.
lived in Chicago. That was a pilot I was following on
Of course, there's a Chicago
Instagram.
type.
Yeah, of course. I've now one of my stress relievers is I tell myself, hey, there are flight attendants. They do this for a living. They're still alive.
Mhm.
You know,
Imagine how many planes they've gone on.
exactly. How many flights do they take a day? They're totally okay.
Like 8 probably.
Exactly. They've been on 3 flights today and they're still here.
Yeah.
You're going to be fine with them too.
Yeah.
You know, some people find this enjoying. Some people find this relaxing.
But then
So-
you think about some flight attendants that have
I
died.
have ever had anxiety because of the flight.
I've had anxiety because we made a major left bank turn, and I felt like we were going down, and that freaked me out. One time we had turbulence in the back, and the plane started
I kinda
shaking a
root for
ton from the
turbulence.
back. You root for
Yeah,
turbulence?
I kind of want
Oh.
turbulence.
No, God
It's
no.
like a free roller coaster ride.
Did I
in my
tell
airplane.
you that
Interesting.
he took a flight on a very windy day? The day before I was taking a flight on a very windy day, and he told
He
me,
was coming back from Vegas.
and
yeah.
he told me, he was like, it was the worst landing
It was terrible.
I've ever had.
Yeah.
Like he was like, the pilot was like, didn't know how much to
jostled a
throttle.
little bit.
And so I legitimately freaked out when Connor told me that, because the wind he was complaining
sorry.
about had shifted to Chicago. I get down in the plane, and the first thing that the pilot says is, hey, everybody, you know that wind that you felt yesterday in Omaha? Well, that's currently in Chicago, Illinois right now. So just kind of sit tight. It's going to be a little bit of a bumpy one. And it was like I needed a brown paper bag.
So
It was
do you
the
think
worst.
that strategy of him saying that helped you or hurt you?
Oh,
No, it hurt me. It did not.
It made it worse.
I want the pilot.
Do you need to go into a flight with absolutely no information?
No, if the pilot goes, hey, minute 6 in the air, we're going to get to 30,000 feet. It's going to be a smooth ride. We're going to find a nice little stream here. We're going to get down to Chicago at about blah, blah, blah. We're going to have a light little taxi and we'll be all good.
Yeah, but what happens if you get to minute 6 and things change because notoriously it's weather,
Correct.
and then suddenly it's not a smooth flight
Yeah,
anymore?
what if the pilot lied
You
to
spend
you?
the entire time being irrationally mad that you were told something that was.
But to me,
happen.
I trust the pilot incessantly that I'm like, it'll be smooth. He said it'll be smooth. It'll be smooth. It'll be smooth. It'll get smoother. It's going to be fine. It's gonna
Sometimes
find a
they-
clean
sometimes
pocket
they
of
straight
air.
will
up
lie
lie.
to you.
Exactly. There was the last
Like, and
pilot.
you know what they mean by it's going to be
Yeah,
a
it'll be
little bit
okay.
bumpy. It's
Everything's going to be
it's
okay.
gonna be-
yeah, that's why he
You're
screwed me.
definitely going
He-
to make it to your 80s.
He screwed.
Hey,
Don't say that.
I should have made it better. Our plane did not crash. It was we all lived. It
Have
was
you
fun.
ever met anyone from a plane crash?
No, well, actually,
Everyone you've met has
I-
not been in a plane crash.
now there's an interesting prompt.
I've never met
It's
anybody
all
in a
in how
plane
you
crash.
phrase it.
Yeah.
you know, Connor Happer one time told me that I wasn't special enough to be in a plane crash. That's
That's
something that
exactly how I
you
view
said
life.
it to
That's
me.
a great way to think about
You
it.
were
That's
like,
how
you're
I
not
view these
special
things.
enough to be a part of that.
That's a great way to think
I
about
never think my luggage is going to get lost because that happens to people where things
See,
happen to.
I agree.
things
I-
don't happen to
I
me.
agree.
happened to me.
I thought the same thing about that. I'm like, all these people complain about losing their bags. I never have it. I feel like I never will.
And you think you're going to be in a plane crash.
I feel like
Get
I
outta
live an
here.
incredibly
By the way, I've been
nondescript
knocking on
life.
wood this entire time.
You don't fly nearly enough to be in
Yeah,
a
you
plane
really
crash.
I fly.
You only fly to one place.
That's a good point. It's an hour and
Actually,
4-minute
2
flight.
because you fly back.
There was one time though where we did land. We were literally landing, and all of a sudden we pulled up and we just shot back up into the air.
Oh,
Yeah,
you'll go
whatever.
around.
And
Sometimes you're going to circle. You're going to circle for a while. You're going to be in the circle.
well, I know that. I mean, my house is basically like a runway into O'Hare. Like if you're at where I live,
That
and you
doesn't seem
look
very
up.
smart.
I've circled.
If you look up, like you'll see a bunch of planes coming into O'Hare. The pilot literally was like, "Yeah, we were gonna land somewhere, but there was a plane that was in front of us, and one of those things where it's like we thought we had clearance, we didn't, so we had to do a go around." I was like, "Oh, that's great." I was almost gonna crash. You know, we almost ran up on a plane.
That's not true. It would have been fine. They take extra precaution.
I don't like flying. I never will like flying, and yet I keep telling you that I'm going to go to Ireland next year. Which
They have
good
boats.
luck with that, Dan.
They have boats. Just get on a boat.
I mean, you'll be fine. It's still a landing and a takeoff.
Have you
know?
considered taking drugs to not be able to think or move while you're in the air?
It just gets hammered every time.
Not hammered.
That doesn't seem like it would help.
Well, what do you do? Tell me what you do.
I don't get hammered.
What do you do?
I get buzzed.
What are the things that what do you drink before you go on a plane?
Yeah,
What's the size of the drink?
it's a shot
Just a shot.
Oh,
You
plus
just do a
another shot.
How many total shots?
I probably consume anywhere from 3 to 4 before I get on the plane.
You're
rookie
hammered.
numbers, kid.
I'm not hammered. That is not hammered. That is buzzed. Now the
For a
last
5'9" guy, that's probably going to get you hammered.
All right.
5'10" and a half,
Nobody's 5'10".
Oh,
That's fine.
that.
and over 200 pounds now. So
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a big boy.
yeah, I am a big boy. I'm a very big boy.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I took a flight, I had to then drive to Wisconsin right after. So I could not have any sort of alcohol before I went. And that was a terrible flight.
You got too many crutches.
No, I think this is my one.
Sometimes you got to put yourself through.
You need
through
someone
some
to
stuff.
lie to you. You got to
Yeah.
get hammered.
Yeah, you got to
I'm not getting hammered. Don't put it on the internet. I get hammered before my flights.
put yourself through some
I
stuff.
have a drink or two.
You know, then all of a sudden you won't think it's so bad anymore. Like challenge yourself.
Well, yeah, I challenge myself in life all the time, but not flying. Nothing's going to solve me not liking to fly. I don't like flying.
Nothing will solve it.
Nothing will solve.
What
take
if we
that as a
got you
challenge.
hypnotized?
I don't know.
They created a plan for you to get into a comfortable
I
spot.
mean,
mentally.
what's the pill that you take that makes you sleep? Ambien? Isn't that
Yeah,
a sleep
I
pill?
was assuming that you would have done something like that.
That probably, if I were to take a
You only take an
cross
hour
continental.
flight.
No,
so it
I know,
doesn't
but I'm
make
saying
sense.
I will take a longer flight at some point in my life, and I could probably do up to 3 hours. I could probably once I get past 3 hours, that's a bit of a stretch.
You think you could only be in a plane for 3 hours?
I think
Wait,
a
wait,
4-hour flight would be tough.
Wait, so why?
Wow.
So it's not the takeoff and the landing; it's the being up in the air.
I hate being up in the air.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah.
For most people, it's the taking off and the landing.
No, takeoff is fine.
Okay,
I'm totally cool.
the landing.
Landing is great. We get lower and lower.
It's the easy part.
It's just the middle where it's
You're
just
not
I'm.
even talking about the worst part of flying. It's the taxiing.
Well, but I'm on the ground. I'm fine.
It's
You know,
miserable.
it's whatever. Yeah, but it's miserable. But I ain't gonna.
Nothing's gonna happen to you anyways. You're not special. You're just
That's
a
not the
drunk guy
point.
in a plane.
No, I'm totally buzzed, and I'm not bothering anybody.
totally buzzed.
I don't
good.
talk on the planes. Can you believe
It's
that?
a good strategy.
I don't say
I
one
assume
word
you
to
Ren
people on the
Baker
plane.
everybody when you're on a plane.
Here's
No,
Matt on
I-
YouTube.
Whoa, just listen.
I can't do a
No, I
flight
said
over
Ren
3
Baker.
hours,
I didn't
but
say McMaster.
I'm gonna go to Ireland. That's what a tech. that's
No,
what
I know. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
So you're gonna go to Ireland?
I want to very badly. I want to go to where my family spawned from. I want to go to.
Spawn.
I want to go to our spawn point. You know.
All right,
I want to go. I want to go where it all began.
nice.
Kirk
Go
Coven.
get spawn sniped.
I don't think anybody's camping in Northern Ireland.
No spawn camping.
You don't think there's any camping in Northern Ireland?
I don't know what goes on in Northern Ireland. That's a completely different planet to me.
Man, I can't even imagine how drunk you would be on the flight back from Ireland.
Oh yeah. Well, hungover probably more accurately. This is something I do. I have a place to
You
stay.
can't be hungover if you never stop drinking.
That is a good point, but I definitely don't want to live my life that way. I probably will be on a
You're
bender.
not living your life. You're just living your flights that way.
I don't want to live my life that way, but I probably will be on a bender though.
Well, in Ireland, yeah.
Okay.
Probably. I mean, that's part of the reason you go to Ireland is for the drinking and the hiking. That's just kind of how it works. Let's
I
go
thought it
to
was for
the
Castles
text
and
line.
Nelly.
All right, what are they saying?
Pedro goes, "Hi guys, 8 hours in a plane and 8 hours in a car is different." I mean, yeah, no one said it was the same. Jay Skirtod goes, "I only fly after 4 drinks." See, that would be hammered. If I had 4 drinks before
You
flight,
You just said you had
4.
4 drinks.
I had 4 shots. That's 2 drinks.
No, that's 2 doubles.
Yeah. That's 2 drinks.
4 drinks.
No, that's 2 drinks.
I don't
Matt
think you get
McDrunk.
this. Yeah.
No, it's 2 drinks. I had 2
A
cups.
shot is a drink.
I had 2 cups of whiskey. That is 4 shots.
It could have been 4.
I think there are some people who would agree with me that one drink is 2 shots can be 1 drink.
Yeah, they're drunk.
I mean, it can physically be in 1 cup. Yes.
Matt needs to watch Snatch, see the caravans, says J-Man.
Mm.
And Blue Jay R6 goes, Happer saying spawn sniping just threw me for a loop. I'm sure he was sniping. He was a sniping god in Modern Warfare 2.
I never snipes. I'm never a sniper. I'm always the fast guy on the ground knifing people.
Cinelar goes,
Whoa.
Matt Mc12 steps. Jacob Bigelow goes, Matt McWhiskey math.
Nice. These are all good.
These are all phenomenal. All right, great crossover. That was a good time. Appreciate you both.
Awesome time.
Awesome, incredible time.
I hope
Coming
you
up
get
next,
over your fears.
I probably will. Middays Matt here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network after this commercial break.
Oh, it did the thing again.
Well, looks like we're not taking that break.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Does your producer know what the definition of cool is?
Oh, yeah. Can we
This-
talk about that
yeah.
for just a little bit?
Just real quick.
I thought I was leaving.
I don't think
I mean,
You
Joey,
can leave.
you
Nah,
can go. You can go.
I got nothing.
I don't think
going.
Joey knows what cool is.
Oh yeah, what were his suggestions?
SGA, which is
Yeah,
not
nobody-
even close.
Nobody likes him.
And Jason Tatum because he was a father early in his life.
And no,
You can be dad cool. Dad cool's a thing.
But he's too young to be dad cool. He's dad cool. You're
But
dad
Joey
cool.
seemed to think
Thank you.
that Jason Tatum was cool because he was a young father.
That's
Because he was a young father who has achieved so much. in
He
his
had
life.
sex at 19. He's cool.
that is kind of what he said. Yeah.
he also did say he hasn't done
I think
anything.
he was using that just as an example of his maturity, you know?
Yeah, but being cool isn't being mature.
Sometimes
Oh
it
no,
can
I think
be.
you have to have a level of maturity to be cool. Like
Because Allen Iverson very famously mature.
I mean, he was definitely a lot more mature later in his
Well,
career.
later in his career he was, yeah. But he
So
wasn't
Bryce
as cool.
Harper is an example of this. Sorry,
He
Josh.
is matured.
Early Bryce Harper, maybe not as cool because of the lack of maturity. Later Bryce
way more
Harper,
polarizing as an early
Yeah.
guy.
now he's just polarizing because of how he brushes his teeth.
I would say that the
He
answer
says maymays.
the answer to your question of who is like the coolest athlete right now is Jack Hughes, but he's a hockey player, and so no one really gives a damn about it. He's just not
He
popular
can't even
enough.
win an ESPY. How cool is he?
Well, he won the gold medal and dated Tate McRae after. And he's
That's
got
what I
the
mean.
hockey
But he
player
didn't win an
flaw.
ESPY. They gave it to the
Oh,
OG.
dating Tate McRae. Okay, all right. I see where you're
I
coming
mean,
from.
I mean, at one point she's the it girl.
How
and
tall is
just-
he?
Was she the
5
it girl or was she your it girl?
No, she was the it girl for sure. And then she's taking a little bit of a step back because her tour's over.
You think she was a bigger it girl than Sydney Sweeney in
When
the last
she
24
was-
months?
In the last 24 months, no, but she was an it girl. There could be
When was
multiple
she
it
the it
girls.
girl?
No,
When she was on tour.
Schaefer, Tate
She's-
McRae, she's popping.
She's
No,
popping.
I'm not saying
she's
she
going.
isn't. I always just assume it's a singular it girl would imply that there aren't it girls.
I think there's it girls. I think it's her and Sydney Sweeney.
Okay.
That's what I would think.
And this
he was
guy,
dating-
what's this guy's teeth situation?
Intact. He got the knocked out
Yeah.
during the gold medal.
No,
game.
he seems very cool. I think it's
and then
a
he
great
scored the
submission.
gold medal goal. He's 5'11", by the way.
Is he good, or did he just have a moment?
No, he's good.
All
He's
right.
one of the best players in the NHL.
But would people know him?
I think he might be outside of Connor McDavid the most well-known player in the NHL. Like he's top 5, I think, after winning the gold medal. I think it'd be him and the Kachucks are probably the most well-known American hockey players at this point.
I
What
like
about
to think
just
of the
hockey
Chucks as the guys from Slapshot. That's how I like to think.
They're
of
on the same team now.
Even
Did you hear-
better.
did you see
That
this? Did you
only
hear about
adds
this?
to it. Have you seen Slapshot?
No, I know the Hanson brothers and I know the whole scene, and I mean,
You
it's
TikToked
been,
it.
No, I saw it at a hockey camp when I was like
You
11
weren't
years
paying attention.
old. Yeah, I mean, I know
Were you drinking in the back?
yeah, I was taking 3 shots at 11 years old before I had to take a flight
Did you
back
have
to
to fly
Chicago.
to the hockey camp?
No, I never flew to
They
a
flew
hockey
you to
camp.
Manitoba for the camp?
No. I did fly to Slovenia for a hockey tournament when I was younger.
What?
You went to Slovenia?
Yeah, I played a hockey tournament in Europe when I was 13.
And you're scared of flying?
The late flight development definitely has been a later thing in life. Than it was
Really?
very early.
Oh,
on.
this is a new thing.
Yeah.
You went to Slovenia and we're just now learning this?
Yeah, I was believe it or not, I was a pretty good hockey player in my.
No,
my
I do
youth
believe
age.
that. Like I like to give you.
It was
crap on all
great. It
sorts
was
of
it was an
things,
incredible experience. They
I
have.
think being 13 and going to Slovenia to play hockey would be.
I
Pretty
think
cool.
the thing I remember the most is that they had a fast food restaurant called Hot Horse, where
Sick.
they sell it's like horse burgers, like it's horse meat.
Tight.
And we were just absolutely appalled. We were disgusted. We were like, "What the hell is this? You guys?"
Did you have one?
No, we did not.
What? Come on.
But
You
we
didn't
had
eat
a
horse.
What?
You had the opportunity to have a delicacy and you chose to pass.
We said no, and our tour guide who was from Slovenia was like, "Guys, it's great, it's awesome. I have hot horse all the time," and we were like, "Yeah, no, we don't eat that." And it was like totally okay. They had like a nation festival going on in Slovenia.
This has
during
been
the
like
time.
2015. You were in Slovenia.
This was 2015ish.
What
around
else
that
was
Right
time.
going
after
on
the
in-
U.S. played them in the World Cup.
What else was going on in Slovenia?
It was a pretty small area. Like we were in a nice little hotel, and
Do you
like
even know
could
the name
walk
of the
around.
city that you were in?
I could. I think it was Blin, I believe.
Who did you play?
The Slovenian national team, the Czech national team, and one other team that wasn't very good.
Did you win?
We beat the Czechs and we lost to Slovenia twice.
Were you the United States national team?
We were
The
a
Chicago?
team
Were
from
you Chicago PS 81
we
or
were,
something?
We were a team from the United States.
Okay.
And I would say that they were the quote unquote Czech national team and Slovenian national team. They definitely had better teams.
Oh, okay.
The B team.
Yeah. We played if we played the actual top teams of those countries, we would have gotten absolutely dominated.
How
Okay.
far were you from the highest level of youth hockey?
I was 2 levels.
Okay.
There was AAA Central States, and then there was the top level of AA, and I played in the top level of AA. And then I tried out for Central States, and I was like the last player on a team where I could play AA. I decided to play AA hockey. And then I ended up playing Illinois high school hockey at the top level of Illinois high school hockey, and that was probably like the 3rd or 4th level, arguably. At a certain point, travel hockey really goes up to 16. Once you get to 16, then you get drafted into the USHL, you
Right.
get drafted into the junior leagues. So if you're still playing travel hockey after 16, that means that you couldn't go to juniors right away, and so essentially you're kind of down a level. So it all creeps up on you really fast in travel hockey. Like we have all these conversations in terms of like soccer travel teams and baseball travel teams and all that stuff, and AAU basketball. Hockey has been ahead of that curve forever. Like they were like all of this,
And look at where it's gotten them.
it really nowhere. I mean, it's
Exactly.
only gotten worse and worse, and now you got like kids who are going to pay to play junior hockey. Like you have to like actually pay an exorbitant amount of money to go and play junior hockey.
Wow.
Because then now it's become like the status of, oh, I played juniors, like, oh, I was a junior hockey player. Like that's become like a status symbol, which so now there are teams who have tried to benefit off of that to like, oh, hey, we'll give you your status symbol if you give us money. And then they, that's how
That's pretty much how it goes, right? That's how our stupid youth system works right now.
Well, that's why the
Pay
United
for play.
That's why the United States has been behind in terms of the hockey development, because it's just like it's
I think to every sport development.
it's super hard to get into. The barrier of entry for hockey is, you got to pay at least $6,000 to $7,000 to play some pretty high level travel hockey, and that's probably more so on the low end. Like AAA teams, even back when I was in the 2010s, it was close to $10,000-$13,000 to play. It's crazy, and so it's like it's one of those things too, where it's like, basketball, You can just go to a park and there's a basketball net and you have a basketball, you go and play. Like, that's why Minnesota's great at hockey. Because you can just go to a pond.
There's just lakes.
Exactly. You just go and play hockey. So, yeah, the travel hockey has been terrible. But I was in it. I was in it for a while. I think, like, on our team, like, 8 guys ended up playing, like, college hockey. I was not one of them. I did not want to do that. I did not want to get into that life. That was – no. I wanted to go to college.
You didn't want to play hockey?
I was done. I was cool with it.
Did you have an opportunity to?
Not really. If I wanted to pursue it, I probably could have.
At a level that you probably didn't want to play.
I was asked to play Husker hockey every single year, and I was playing with those guys in the summer, and I was just like, I don't want to spend money, and I want to broadcast. I want to be a broadcaster. I don't want to be a club hockey player. No offense to club hockey players.
Damn,
just like
roasted.
No, not roasting anybody. I'd rather have a focus on my
when you're
degree.
a hockey assistant coach and you're like, hey, my aspiration is to be a club hockey player. You're like, you should go to broadcast.
No, I will not. I will not be telling the people that I might end up being coaching this year. We'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I got to talk to some people who might have that opportunity, which would be fun. If I end up being an assistant
probably
hockey
not
coach,
talk about whiskey as much if you on air.
Oh, it's totally okay. If I end up being an assistant hockey coach, will you guys come to any of my games to see me coach?
No. No, I will
You
not.
want to come to one game to see me coach? You want to support?
What if we
your
had
friend?
zone night at
if
your
the
hockey
schedule
game?
allows.
Yeah.
Are you,
as they say, for after
where,
hours.
Where are the games?
I think they would be in Exarban.
No. Maybe at Moylan, but no.
That's Exarban is not that far away from you.
Yeah, it is.
Exarban's a long way.
No,
away.
it's not. It's like 20 minutes away.
If I'm going to Exarban, I'm packing on that lunch.
Get out of here.
Might have some extra gas in the car.
We live in absolute nowhere now. It's like 12 to 15 minutes to get to Moylan, okay? And that's as far as I go for hockey.
How far is Exarban for you?
Probably depending on what time of day, but like with traffic, general traffic, 25.
At least 25.
You guys can come out and support your friend.
Where in Exarban?
I think it's at Baxter.
Like in the little side rink there at Baxter.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Can I watch through the windows? Do I have to get out of my car?
Yeah, can I stay outside?
At that point, just don't come.
It's hot. It's nice outside. I want to enjoy the
There
weather.
might be a festival that I want to attend over there that I could maybe just sort of watch the hockey through.
Do they
window.
have Exarban festivals a lot?
They used
during the
to. I
year?
don't think they do.
Do they have the taste of
They have
farmers
more
markets.
space over there.
Farmers markets. They got farmers markets.
I just found out there's a flea market that happens every Sunday over by where I live.
I thought
had
about
no
you. I
idea.
was at a flea market in Minnesota on Surly Brewing had a flea market going on at their
I love that place.
tap house or
Great
whatever.
place, Schaefer.
Why did you think of me?
Well, I thought about when you brought in all
Please.
those shirts you were going to sell for $50 and we didn't think you could get 5 for them.
Yeah, I walked in and they were like, "Yeah, we're not taking anything right now." And I was like, "Great." And I ended up donating them all. So
We ended up being correct there.
Yes, you guys are always correct. You guys are always on the right side of history when it comes to these conversations.
And so listen to us closely. You will not get in a plane crash.
Yeah, you're fine.
I really hope
You're
that
gonna be
doesn't
fine.
end up happening.
You're going to be fine.
I was thinking last night about the Pasta Pass and whether or not I'm going to end up.
You know, if it does, Matt, Haber and I will look at each other and be like, we really missed on that one during our accountability session.
Do you want to put it on the long-term list? Do you want to put it on the?
I would be comfortable putting on the board that Matt McMaster will never be in a plane accident.
Can you imagine if someone walks in and they're looking at the board and they're like, "Yeah, we were wrong on that one."
Now,
What's
what's the threshold for accident, right? Like, does he have to die?
It has to be in the air and go down. I don't think he has to die.
Okay.
He can live and then come back and be like,
I mean, that
look,
opens it
jerks.
up. That opens it up a little bit. Like, you know, sometimes
I don't want to win.
Sometimes, like the wheels,
I don't want to win.
you know, like the landing gear doesn't come out and the plane's got to skid across the runway and it starts on fire. and
Yeah,
all the
that's
people
not,
come-
an accident.
That's not an accident.
Well, if it starts on
Oh,
fire.
that's totally an accident. What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Okay, so
the plane is on
Vikings-
fire. Everything went to plan.
The Vikings plane slid off of the
Yeah.
runway
Oh
in
God!
Green Bay or whatever.
When was
Yeah.
this?
This is a couple years ago.
I had no idea.
And they had to stay on the plane for like an hour or two until they could get the plane back on the runway. I wouldn't call that an accident.
Oh wow!
Oh,
I think
would-
I think you're getting a lot of flight credits for that.
Yeah,
I don't want.
I'm getting all the flight credits for that.
No.
I am.
I probably got none.
No, they probably didn't because
Well,
they
they're
fly
the
for
Vikings.
free anyway.
Yeah, they're fine. No, God, that is an accident. Accident is things can go right. That did not go right.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen to you.
If everything doesn't, if my ass is not at the gate in 20 minutes
They
after
might
I
give you
land,
like a
it's an
$25
accident.
flight voucher if that happened to you.
No, that's more than that. They give you
Something way, way more mundane than that happened to me, and I got a $100 flight voucher. I was stuck on a plane for 5 hours, and they kept boarding and deboarding, and they were like, "We're so sorry,"
as long as
and they gave me $100.
I mean, if you
That's
do-
it.
Yeah, they gave me $100.
Yeah, more than that. 5 hours.
Well, I know you would think as somebody who's a United Explorers credit card
They don't care
holder.
about that, Matt.
What do you mean? I get miles on every purchase. Every single purchase, I
You
get
and
miles.
thousands of other people are United Explorers.
I might be
Congratulations.
upgrading. I don't know. I might potentially get up to the next level, get the purple card.
You should put that in your signature of your email, like member of the United Explorers Club.
My
I have
friend,
access to over 1,000 lounges worldwide. So you should say.
my friend, she club mogged me. She told me she
Oh,
was
no.
like, "Oh, you had the United Explorers card," and she showed me her United card, and she had the black one. She was like, "Yeah, this is the card I have. I got card mogged."
Yeah, it happens.
By the way, I heard you say or maxing and mogging all seamlessly in one sentence today.
Did you think it made sense? Because I'm not sure. If
I
it did.
thought it was great, and you were like, Ken Griffey Jr. was aura maxing and baseball mogging everything, or something
He
to that
was.
extent,
That does make sense.
and it came very naturally
Look at the
out of
hat.
your mouth.
Yeah.
That's how cool he was. His hats still sell
Is that
today.
is that a 7-bit Ken Griffey Jr. or is
Be
that
8-bit.
8-bit? Dang it! I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right.
It's a fun.
I'm not a man of technology.
You're so close. You clearly know what it was.
You knew
but-
there was a bit.
Yeah.
I put together a desk yesterday, and it didn't go terribly wrong like it did my what did I the
Did you
bed.
follow the instructions?
I did. Look at
Were
that.
all the pieces labeled so you knew that the I's and the J's and the K's and all of
I
that?
only made one mistake. I put two things on the wrong side, and I have to take them both out and flip them
I hate
over.
when that happens.
Yeah, and I was totally okay. But this is my new setup with my monitor and my desk and my chair.
Oh.
You're desk maxing? Do you
I'm
feel
desk
that way?
masking. Yeah, yes.
Now that Mr. Desk is in the room, would you like to explain to him why you no longer use the desk that he created for you?
Stand up.
Nope, you can't talk now.
He's gone. Chris
There's
is
a
so-
lot happening in the
Chris is
studio
so
right now.
pissed right now.
No, I know.
This is a nice desk, man. Nice job.
Yeah, so
I-
while he's down there, would you like to explain why you no longer use your desk?
Yeah, because the people next to me are super, super loud, and I became sick and tired of it.
Well,
And I now much rather go into the office and not say a word to Josh Hodson whilst I work.
So we've heard you've taken over someone else's desk. and
Yeah,
that
Joey could cry me
you
a
leave
river.
messes there.
I don't leave a mess there. I clean it up every single time spotlessly, okay?
I don't believe that based on history of
you do
in the
tend to
studio.
leave a bit of a trail.
But I did every time I get out of that
Is
guy's
there a
desk. Let
paper
me tell you
trail?
something right now about that guy. Every time I get out of that desk, I make sure that desk is pristine because I know his ass is going to complain about it.
That's right.
But frankly, it just seems like no matter what I do, just because I'm in his area, he's going to bitch about it. So I don't care.
You've met Joey, right?
I have met Joey.
You
I know
gotta
Joey
be,
very
you gotta
well.
be on it with him, man.
There's nothing I can do. He's going to be like, I literally gave that dude a sweater. I gave him a very nice Boston Celtics sweater. He then posted it on Twitter and said, how many times am I going to have to wash this thing to get the stench out? Okay. That was my thank you for gifting him something was, well, how do I remove the stench? I'm not Matt McStench. I'm a nice smelling guy.
I mean,
I
I'm
do
just
a little
saying-
spritz of cologne when I leave.
You got to be on it with them, man. You can't make mistakes.
I don't think there's anything I can do.
It's not just you. Just know that.
Yeah.
It's not just you. It's everybody.
Joey at some point will mention within the next 6 months, remember that time you couldn't say CFTC? Or he
And
might
laugh
just play
hysterically
the
about
audio for me.
Yeah.
It'll come out of nowhere,
DraftKings.member.co.promo.
basically.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
just
I
Don't
read them.
screw up around.
I've
Joe.
read those as well, and they're not
I don't
easy
know
to
why,
read.
but there was a day where I could not say CFTC without screwing it up.
I know it's tough. It's tough. I mean, look, as a man who also has a lisp, it's a pretty difficult.
I have a lisp.
Well, I don't know if you have a lisp. But it just I'm saying I have a list,
okay.
and sometimes it's hard.
I was like, I'm learning
He
something.
makes fun of your equitable read all the time.
I
too.
can't, dude. I can't do it. It's tough, man. It's
Equitable.
Equitable.
You know, it's not. It's funny enough. It's not that part. It's you come in so hot. You go email us on the Equitable Bank inbox. With
Say on again.
email us on the Equitable Bank inbox.
Email us on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Coming up
Equitable
on
Bank.
today's show.
You come in like really powerful.
I didn't turn into an ant from New York.
No,
On today's show.
I screwed it up how I wanted to go with it.
Yeah,
I used to make fun of Josh Peterson because he would always say coming up every time he would go into break. And it would always sound like, coming up!
One,
Like he was screaming into the microphone on it.
I've removed this crutch because Connor Happer always brought it up, but I used to go, hey, all the time, just screaming, hey. And
you did do that.
I don't do it anymore because you would walk in and go, hey.
You've cut back on the. We're gonna go ahead and, you've cut back on it. It's still prevalent. And let's see, what are the other crutches I told you about that?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do this. I feel like I only ever say it during the rundown.
I wonder if I should submit myself to a Connor Happer radio audit.
I'm gonna tell you,
learn more about
I'm
all
gonna tell you
of
right
the-
now, the Connor Happer radio audit
No, I would be thorough.
is a very thorough. And
I don't think it'd be unfair.
It is a very fair, very thorough 3-month process. Every 3 months, I get kind of a, hey, so you do this, and just don't,
My fear with it.
It's just like you do this thing, and it's like everything after that is great, but don't
Just skip that part.
yeah, just don't do that part where you do that,
You're
and I
talking
don't.
about doing not
he-
doing the bad stuff and doing the good stuff only. Try that.
He might have a weakness in the coaching through what the mistakes are, but he's very good at pointing them out.
Very good at pointing it out.
That's true. Thank you.
Where it's like with Peterson, it's like it's like an hour and a half drinking 2 beers, and it's very detailed and processed, and add this blah blah blah, add this element. And Connor's just 2 minutes ago.
So we got to hit it.
Yeah, no, no,
This is
at all.
That's the
remotely.
Signetti style. It's the quick and efficient practices. Josh is running them a little longer.
Is Josh running them also in the afternoon now too?
I don't know if he's won any national championships.
Well, neither has the guy I'm about to compare him to. So, Josh Peterson, the Matt Rule of mentorship.
Well, we know Matt Rule hasn't won any national championships. That's why he's moving to afternoon practice.
Yes, no one historically apparently has ever won in the morning.
Rule would take all of your things that you do, and his way of correcting them would be using these obscure quotes from books that he may or may not have read and say, I always think of this.
He's like,
When I think
Matt Rule's way of coaching me would be like, when Hassan Reddick was on the radio,
Mhm.
this is what he did.
There would be some name dropping in there. For
A
sure.
1,000,000%. He'd put his hat on backwards.
But I think eventually you'd get to the point of what he wanted you to do.
And I think eventually I'd become better.
Eventually.
Eventually.
If you didn't leave first.
I feel like you could say that about everybody in college football at this point.
I got an idea for you, Matt. Why don't you start your show? Can we leave?
Yeah, you can get out of here. Go.
right.
Seriously, I can't believe you've been here this long.
Just-
I've been waiting for you two to pull
The
the plug.
amazing thing is he stopped it and it felt early, and then we still did 22 minutes.
We had to.
No,
This
not
entire-
because
Yeah.
right.
This entire time, I've
But he
just been
tried.
waiting for you guys to be like, all right, we're going to get the hell out of here.
I'm just
gonna force
hungry.
you out. Yeah, go ahead. Go and eat.
That's all.
All right, my name is Matt. Getting rolling here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster is always joined by Josh Odson. We've got a good show for you today. We've got a lot of topics to hit. Kool-Aid questions is a segment we will do today. Okay, Josh and I talked about yesterday about the idea of you have all these questions about Nebraska. Are they going to be able to do this? Are they going to be able to do that? And oftentimes in the past, feel like Nebraska fans and Nebraska media as well, I've been guilty of this, put my hand in the air. We go, yes, 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 and yes. Yes, of course, Dylan Raiola will take the next step. Yes, of course, Riley Van Poppel and Campbell and Hart will be great this year. Yes, of course, the special teams is going to take a massive jump, which they actually did. But when we ask all those questions and then we answer them and we all say, yes, that's how the Kool-Aid is created. So we will have our Kool-Aid questions today, along with a plethora of other different topics to hit. Let's go ahead and take a break here, and we'll tell you all the other things we'll be talking about, along with our guest. They'll be on the show here on Middays with Matt on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
From KETV,
For
Newswatch
now,
7 is brought to
you're
you
gonna
on
use
1620
Radio Network. Matt McMaster is always joined by Josh Odson here. Got a good show ahead of us today. Buy, sell, hold, or bet is back on the menu. We will be talking about two teams that fans here of Nebraska are very familiar with. Minnesota, the Golden Gophers, PJ Fleck, 4 of their last 5 seasons have ended with 8 total wins. What a concept, Josh Odson. What a concept to have 8 wins in a season. Wouldn't that be awesome if we had that here in this state? And we will be talking about the Colorado Buffaloes, who are back to watching tape. What an interesting concept as well. After their 3-9 season last year in the Big 12, they had a favorable schedule last season, avoiding some of the big boys of the Big 12. Not this year, as the ceiling and floor of the Colorado Buffaloes are incredibly a wide range, if you will. The floor might be being back to one of the worst teams in the Big 12 going 3-9. The ceiling could be just having once again an explosive offense and contending for a Big 12 title like they were not too long ago when they had the Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter, along with one of the better quarterbacks in college football at the time in Shedeur Sanders. So we'll talk about the Buffaloes and the Minnesota Golden Gophers. We'll be joined by a writer of On the Beat of the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Ryan Burns will join us here on Middays with Matt to talk about the outlook of PJ Fleck's squad, along with some interesting returning players for Minnesota. Anthony Smith, the electric defensive lineman for Minnesota, returns to Minneapolis. Anthony Smith having 19.5 sacks over 3 seasons, along with 92 pressures, returns to PJ Fleck's squad, along with Drake Lindsay, who had a very sneaky, very under the radar great end to his year. So we'll talk to Ryan Burns, who's on the Minnesota Golden Gopher beat, all about that. We'll also be joined by Andy Kendeigh of KETV today at 1:20, doing our weekly swapping between KETV sport anchors and Lauren Michelson and AK. It's AK's week. Will we talk about sports with Andy Kendeigh? I don't know what I'm feeling. Every time we don't talk about sports with AK, he gets very excited, and it's like a little bit of a relief for him. At the same time, that guy just knows everything that's going on locally in and around not only just college sports, but high school sports as well. So we'll talk about talk to AK about all of those things. Stephen M. Sipple of Husker Online and On3 will join us as well at 11 o'clock. He's had a couple interesting articles this week that having to do with the Big 12 and some automatic bids and all that type of stuff, along with just kind of maybe piggybacking off of an interesting conversation we had with him last week when he said that he believed the floor of Nebraska football could be 3-9 this season. But then he was on Unsportsmanlike Conduct where he called Indiana a winnable game. So what the hell does Steve think? Where is his thoughts completely lying? We'll talk to Sip. We'll also be discussing the beginning of the Open. I don't know if I'm still allowed to call it the British Open. At least that's what I grew up calling it. Top niche sport power rankings today. We will not be Happer and Schaefer and do power rankings through tiers. I'm just going to rank some of my favorite niche sports, along with there's a lot of power rankings that we're going to be talking about today with the Big 10 power rankings. According to Jeff Goodman, Nebraska came in at a number that is right down the middle of the Big 10. They were not top 5. They were not top 6, top 7, or top 8. And some people were a little bit upset about it. Is that, though, and by the way, you can do math. Nebraska ranked 9th in Jeff Goodman's Big 10 power rankings. Is 9th, though, kind of, like, my question is 9th the ceiling of Nebraska in terms of Big 10 power rankings? Because we have to ask ourselves this question, like, what are Big 10 power rankings? Big 10 power rankings is essentially the ranking in order of how many guys does a team have returning and how effective were they in the transfer portal and how effective were they in high school recruiting. And an argument could be made when Nebraska is competing against teams like Purdue and UCLA and other, very notable Michigan State, other notable basketball powerhouses in the Big 10 that, for whatever reason, it might be tradition, money, so on and so forth, that Nebraska isn't going to be able to compete in terms of having the talent, whether it come from high school or the transfer portal, that those other teams are. But I still think ninth is pretty damn good for this Big Ten power ranking, just because it doesn't equate, chemistry and style of play and head coach all as much as it does all of these other factors that I talked about in terms of talent and how you did in the portal and recruiting. So is ninth kind of the ceiling for that? We'll have a discussion about that throughout the show. I also have some Kool-Aid questions. Everybody always talks about the Kool-Aid, drinking the Kool-Aid in Nebraska football. I remember when I first got here to the state of Nebraska. I was in Lincoln. I was a student at the University of Nebraska not too long ago. And the conversation and the joke was always, who does everybody think is going to win the national championship every single year, right? That was the ongoing bit, the ongoing joke. And I think I didn't really fully recognize that it's not as much of a joke as it is a reality, in terms of, it just seemed like, until this year, that the consensus outlook was the optimistic outlook. And every year Nebraska enters in with incredibly high expectations, right? 2021, it was 8 to 9 wins. 2022, even in the last year of Scott Frost, there were people who were believing they could win 8 games. Last year, we had the 8 to 9 win, conversation the entire year long. And it's just year after year after year, you have these expectations of competing toward the top of the Big Ten to be disappointed. And why do those expectations come to be? We call it Kool-Aid. Everybody's drinking the Kool-Aid. But I have, like, what Kool-Aid stems from is just assuming everything's going to go right. All of the questions you ask about this team are going to turn in the right way. So what are those questions for this team this year in 2026? What are the Kool-Aid questions for Nebraska football? What are the things that have to go right for Matt Rule's squad in order for them to exceed expectations and potentially win 8 or 9 games this year, or be in the college football playoff conversation? I will then tell you what the Kool-Aid questions are. I will then explain to you, hey, what are my expectations? What are the opportunities? What is the chances that those Kool-Aid questions will come to fruition? So that is our show today. We're going to hit a break here. Stephen M. Sipple will be on the other side from Husker on 3 and Husker Online and on 3 here on Middays with Matt.
Skradsky Heating and Cooling has delivered comfort and peace of
11-1.
11 winnable games.
Happer and Schaefer. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620. The Zone. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620. The Zone.
Buy, sell, hold,
Or bet. Buy, sell, hold, or bet here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster with Josh Odson as we continue our national college football preview season as we talk about the Minnesota Golden Gophers. PJ Fleck and the boys 8-5 once again last year, along with talking about Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes, two teams that this state is incredibly familiar with, whether it be proximity, whether it be history, whether it be rivalry, whether it be teams that Nebraska has played over the last couple of seasons. Both of these teams, Matt Rule in his 3 years at Nebraska has played twice. Matt Rule, obviously, 1-1 against Colorado, losing to Colorado in 2024 in Boulder, where they got whooped. Best way to put it is got their butts whooped in that one. It was a pretty competitive game. In the beginning, it got ugly at the end, as everybody remembers. But in the beginning, I don't think enough credit is given to the fact that it was a fairly back and forth game where Nebraska seemed like they were able to catch up a little bit with Colorado at times. And then there was that cross-country route. I'm pretty sure Jimmy Horn ran that just cross-country route and up for a touchdown. And then the floodgates really opened, especially when Jeff Sims decided to start turning the ball over. And then Gus Johnson goes, "You got to get him out of there. This guy stinks." Gus didn't say that. He might as well have. But so we will talk about Minnesota and Colorado. Let's first start with the Golden Gophers. Last season, they were 8-5. They went to the Rate Bowl, also known, the artists formerly known as the Guarantee Rate Bowl, beat New Mexico 20-17. They ended with a record of 8-5. They were 5-4 in the Big Ten. They defeated teams such as Wisconsin, Michigan State, Purdue, Rutgers, and Nebraska. Nebraska, bar none, the best team that Minnesota had beat in Big Ten play. They also suffered losses to Northwestern, 35-38. That was one hell of a game. Oregon, where it wasn't very close. People forget, after Nebraska lost to Minnesota, 24-6, Minnesota then went to Kinnick Stadium. They went to Iowa. They got their butts whooped, 41-3. And so now this season, they have not a terribly difficult schedule. They have to play Indiana on the road. They play Michigan, albeit at home. They got to go on the road and play Penn State. You know, it could be a lot worse, though. They avoid Ohio State. They avoid Oregon. So in terms of, there are teams this year that you'll see. We're just calling it the Big Ten. Did you get the Big Three or not? How many of the Big Three of the Big Ten teams did you get? Nebraska, unfortunately, got all of them. Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. Penn State got none of them. Minnesota only gets one of them in Indiana. They play a cupcake non-conference schedule, Eastern Illinois, Mississippi State, Akron. They then go on the road to play Washington, followed up by at home for Michigan. They go to Lafayette and play Purdue after that, followed up by Iowa at home, back on the road for Indiana at Bloomington, at home for UCLA, Penn State on the road, Northwestern at home, and then on the road for Wisconsin. So they actually they swap every week. It's just one or the other. They don't have any back-to-back home games or back-to-back road games this season. So that's a nice little tidbit there. This team is very interesting to me. Darius Taylor is a name that a lot of people know about in terms of Big Ten from the running back position. Obviously, Nebraska fans know about Darius Taylor after the performance that he had last season. I think Taylor, for how much people know him, definitely didn't produce at the rate that you thought last year. Here's an interesting stat for you. Last season, Minnesota's offense averaged under 4 yards per carry. they were in the hundreds when it came to efficiency on the offensive end, yards to running the ball. That is really not something that you would think would occur with a Golden Gopher team, just because, I mean, these are the bases in which PJ Fleck has established this Minnesota Golden Gopher program, right? Running the ball, Mo Ibrahim. How can anybody forget that? Playing really good defense, being strong in the offensive line. And for this team last season to have under 4 yards per carry is just something that you don't really expect a PJ Fleck team to have. 3.57 yards. They were 126th in the nation. Just for a comparison here, 4.3 yards per carry is the average. Darius Taylor, the well-known running back for Minnesota, had a total of 915 yards. Only 670 of them were rushing. He added 245 receiving yards to that. So this is an offensive line, and when we talked to Ryan Burns of Minnesota 24/7 at around 11:30 on the show today, the offensive line has some questions. Last year, the right side of the offensive line was very disappointing. The weakness, you would say, of this offense on the of this team. They bring back every starter on the left side. Nathan Roy is their left tackle, Greg Johnson, their left guard, and Ashton Beers, one hell of a name. You can put him on third team all name next year, or this year rather. They all return for the Golden Gophers, but that right side is completely new. Tony Nelson, he played a couple of games last season for Minnesota. He'll be their right guard. And then Daniel Sharp is a freshman. He did not play last year, and he's going to be put in a tough spot. That right tackle competition is going to be a key point for Minnesota this fall camp. So we'll talk to Ryan Burns all about that. I think for Drake Lindsay, I remember last year, doing the morning show, talked about how internally over there at Minnesota and Minneapolis, they felt really good about Drake Lindsay. And this is the first season since 2022 that Minnesota is going to have their quarterback from the season before return and play for them the next season. It's the first time since Tanner Morgan that they will have their starter returning to Minneapolis. Lindsay, being real with you, was a redshirt freshman, laid a really good foundation for what the rest of his career can look like. 2,382 yards, 18 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. His touchdown to interception ratio was 8-0 in his final 5 games of the year. Did not throw an interception at the end of the season. We go to the defensive side of the ball. The strength here, obviously, in the defensive line. When we were previewing this segment, I brought up Anthony Smith, 19 and a half sacks over 3 seasons, had 91 pressures. But you also look at another guy that they got in the transfer portal, TJ Bush Jr., 13 sacks in his 3 years, 91 pressures as well. They also bring back Carter Mens, who had 6.5 sacks in his first portion of significant playing time in 2025. You also have Jackson Howard, who had 4 sacks last season for Minnesota. So this is a defensive line that is going to be very interesting for Minnesota, that's going to be able to get to the quarterback. I want to give you a outsider's view here on the Lindy's Big Ten preview that I was reading. Here's an interesting quote about this team. I actually think this team has a chance to be a little bit more dangerous offensively because Drake Lindsay settled in as the year went along, and they're still going to lean on Darius Taylor as he runs angry. Anthony Smith is a real deal off the edge. That kid's enormous log, and once he gets a quarterback wrapped up, it looks like an octopus dragging somebody down. Here's the key quote here. They brought back a lot more production than people realize, too, and continuity matters now more than ever in college football. In terms of buy, sell, hold, or bet, that offensive line definitely has to take a step up, and they have some questions in the secondary after losing Coy Parrish, Minnesota kid, great player for the Golden Gophers last season. He went to Oregon, and look, the conversations with Minnesota, not just football, but sports in general, has always been a money conversation. When it comes to how much they spend in the Big Ten, whether it comes to basketball or football, it just always seems like they were a team that is in the Big Ten, that is in, the enviable position of being in the conference that seems like they want to run things in college football, and yet they always seem like a team in basketball and football that are getting some of their best players poached. They always seem like a prime candidate for a team that, if you like Minnesota, right? If you like a guy and he plays for Minnesota, you have an opportunity to go and grab him. That's exactly what Oregon did, grabbing what was Minnesota's best player last year in Coy Parrish. And so, this is a PJ Fleck team that is kind of the most standard PJ Fleck team that we've seen. They only allowed 23 points per game last season. And a defense that doesn't bring a ton of starters back, only 4 of them. But like I mentioned before, they have plenty of guys who have been productive for them, especially on the defensive line, that are going to have some bigger roles. And a lot of these guys, you look at their linebackers, you look at their nickelbacks, you look at their safety, Aiden Gooseby. It's a lot of dudes that, are they returning starters? No. But they're returning a lot of players that understand PJ Fleck's system. They're returning a lot of players that understand his culture. They're returning a lot of players that have been with him in Minneapolis. And I think that, we talk about it a lot with Indiana, right? Get old and stay old. And we don't just talk about it with Indiana. We talk about it with, teams, whether it be from both college basketball and college football. You might have to go to the studio camera, Josh, by the way. Both college basketball and college football, that you just want to have as much experience as possible. You want to keep things rolling. And it seems like Minnesota, they've been able to do that. They kept a lot of their guys. It was a big deal when they kept Anthony Smith. I mean, that was kind of the big story that was going on in Minneapolis week after week after week, heading into that Rate Bowl of where they're going to be able to keep Smith. Because at this point, Parrish was out the door, and losing a guy like Coy, Minnesota kid, you're like, what the hell is going on? With PJ Fleck in that football program. If they were to have lost Anthony Smith, that definitely would have been a bigger question of what are they really doing, right? Minnesota goes, they get these kids from high school, they develop into effective players, and then for what, right? For what? Just for them to get poached by bigger football programs. And, that's how you get apathy. That's how you get fans to be despondent. If you just end up being the Oakland A's of college football, you are, as Billy Beane famously called it in Moneyball, organ donors for the rich, right? Oregon's taken Minnesota's kidneys. They've also taken their heart, this and that or the other. You can put as many Moneyball quotes as you want to, but it seems like they've been able to make some adjustments on the defensive line, go out in the portal, get some effective players, keep Anthony Smith there. They have, dudes who are stepping into bigger roles in the secondary and in the linebacking core. Like I mentioned before, they only gave up 23 points per game last season. It was a very, very solid unit. They were 38th in yards per carry against the run, 3.72. They were 83rd in yards per attempt from the pass, 7.4. They're going to be able to get to the quarterback, and they're going to have a defense that, like I mentioned before, just understands their roles. 2 straight 8-5 seasons. 4 of the last 5 years under PJ Fleck, Minnesota has won 8 games. Are they still? I believe they're undefeated in bowl games, or they're pretty damn close if they aren't already. If you want to do that quick research for me, Josh, I appreciate it. That's kind of what Fleck is known for at this point, is they are always going to be ready for the bowl. They're always going to be ready for the postseason. They're always going to be ready for the playoffs. And they've played well enough to get there consistently. Josh, go ahead.
Minnesota has won its last 9 bowl games, 7-0 under PJ Fleck.
And so this team, once again, let's just go win by win here. Eastern Illinois, Mississippi State, all wins. Lost to Washington. That Michigan game at Minneapolis could be closer. Could be closer than people will give it credit for. Probably a loss there. 4-2 after playing Purdue. At home in Minneapolis to revenge a terrible loss last season against Iowa. I'll take the Golden Gophers in that game. I'm not buying a ton of Iowa stock this year. And eventually when we do buy, sell, hold, or bet on Iowa, you'll hear why. So let's see, we got 5-2 at Indiana, 5-3, 6-3, 6-4, probably another 7-5 season, maybe an 8-4 season. I wouldn't be shocked if this Gopher team ends up winning 9 games this year. I really wouldn't. I like Drake Lindsay a lot. We'll see what happens at the right side of the offensive line, but Darius Taylor is more than a capable runner. They got some interesting options on the outside. And then, like I mentioned before, the key to football really over the last decade has been how effective are you in the passing game? How good is your quarterback, and can you get to the quarterback? Well, I think this Minnesota team is going to have a really good quarterback. And I think that this defensive line is going to get to the quarterback. And so if you can put those two recipes together, I think that is definitely something that can harbor some really, really good results, along with the fact that as far as Big Ten schedules go, it could get a lot worse for the Golden Gophers. It could get a lot worse in terms of whether or not, you avoid Oregon, you avoid Ohio State, and you only really have to play Indiana amongst the big three. So buy, sell, hold, or bet. I'll put bet on the Gophers. I think I'm leaning a little bit more so toward buy, and at the end of the year, when we're done with this national football preview that we're doing here on Middays with Matt, we're going to go through all my bets, and then I'm going to tell you the ones I'm actually going to hammer in on at bet. Minnesota probably is on the lower side of that, but I really like Drake Lindsey. I mean, the guy has all the intangibles in the world. You want to go ahead and compare his first season as a college football quarterback in the Power Five. His numbers are a lot more impressive than some of the other QBs that we've seen. Hell, I mean, if Dylan Raiola had the first season that Drake Lindsey had, that 2024 team might have won a lot more games than they had. And so I'm a buyer of Lindsey stock. That's the one thing, though, about Minnesota. Drake Lindsey last year has 2,300 yards. He has 18 touchdowns. He has 6 interceptions. He has 8 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in his final 5 games of the season. He really comes on toward the end. Let's say he takes another step up. Let's say he gets a 25% boost, his 30% boost, because numbers are 30% better this year than they were last year. We're talking about a guy who's going to throw for over 3,000 yards. We're talking about a guy who could have close to 30 touchdowns. We're talking about a guy who, could improve his completion percentage up to 66, 67, 68%. Does Minnesota hang on to a guy like that? I think is a question to be asked if Lindsey ends up being a top quarterback in the Big Ten next season. Does Minnesota have the cash to keep a quarterback like that around? Or if Drake Lindsey has that breakout season this year, if he takes that next step, does a team that is in desperate need of a quarterback, do they come in and swoop in and give him all the NIL money you could possibly think of? That is the tough part about being a Minnesota Golden Gopher fan, is that that's your reality at this point, right? You can say what you want about the disappointment of being a Nebraska Cornhusker fan when it comes to the wins and losses and your expectations versus reality. But I think it only can be worse from the perspective of having good seasons and having good players just for them to go and play elsewhere and have their prime of their careers not be with the team that developed them. And unfortunately for Minnesota, that's a reality that they're going to have to face with an in-state guy like Coy Parrish, who not only was one of the best safeties in the entirety of the Big Ten, but one of the best safeties in the country. He's going to be playing his college football elsewhere because other teams can afford his services, and Minnesota just isn't one of those teams that can do that. All right, let's talk about the Colorado Buffaloes. 3-9 last season. Colorado, I mean, Josh Peterson put it so well yesterday when we were talking about Colorado in regards to, you thought it would be more fun, like you thought that the Deion Sanders experience would be a little bit more maybe entertaining. The Deion Sanders experience wouldn't be so meh. And this team kind of is the story of what Colorado has been under Deion Sanders since he took over in Colorado in 2023, where they're going to have a really good quarterback. Juju Lewis returns. Seems like he's ready to go, primed to make another step. They're going to have a really good wide receiver core. Danny Scudero had 88 receptions, had over 1,200 receiving yards last season with San Jose State. He's a dynamic playmaker, along with other guys at the position. Ernest Campbell will be there. There's a belief that this is one of the best, maybe the most complete receiving core. At least this is what they're saying in Boulder. This is not my words. I think Jimmy Horn and Travis Hunter is probably as good as you're going to get when it comes to receiving cores in college football. But there's a belief in Boulder that this is the deepest they've been in that position. But once again, where do the weaknesses lie for Colorado football? It's in the defensive lines. It's in the offensive lines. And once again, they have to go through and go back and patch this thing up through the transfer portal. And, you know, they did not nearly have as an efficient of an offense as you would think that they would in terms of the skill position players that they're consistently able to recruit. And so, you know, you look at this Colorado Buffalo schedule this season, you know, they're going to have to play. They have to play Arizona State. They're going to play Houston with Willie Fritz, who had one hell of a year last season. They're going to go on the road to play Cincinnati. That's no cupcake. They're going to play Texas Tech very early on in the season. They're going to have to go on the road to Baylor to play their first road game of the year, their first Big 12 game of the year. Their first road game of the year is against Georgia Tech. And then in week 3, they go on the road to Northwestern, where it's like, yeah, you know, is Northwestern necessarily a team that you fear in the Big Ten to the levels of others? Absolutely not. But if there is a style of play that is going to combat the weaknesses of what Colorado does not do well, it's Northwestern, and Northwestern's going to be able to pound the ball. Northwestern's going to punish you on both lines, and Northwestern is going to play a bracketed secondary, which is going to basically be a no doubles defense, and they're going to make Juju Lewis make some smart decisions and put a younger quarterback in some interesting spots. I don't know if David Braun is necessarily going to eat that Colorado offense alive, just because when you talk from a talent and skill perspective, Colorado is going to have that advantage over Northwestern. But this is a schedule that, you know, you can say what you want in terms of Colorado being in the Big 12. They get one cupcake game, man. They get one cupcake game. They get one guaranteed win in Weber State. From that point on, they got to play all power conference opponents. That Georgia Tech game last year was a nail biter. I think the Northwestern game is really going to test the toughness of Colorado. And then once again, you play Texas Tech. You play Utah, you play Arizona State, you play Houston, you play Cincinnati. I mean, if we're talking about the Big 12, that's pretty much on the worst side that you can get in terms of quality opponent. I think the only, you know, other difficulty speed bump that could get added to that schedule is BYU. That's really the only other team that they don't play where you're like, ooh. I mean, can you imagine if you replace BYU with UCF? You could be talking about a Colorado team that could win 2 games. And that might be their floor. Like, their floor might be 2-10. I mean, and also too, like they play UCF. I think they'll be able to win that game. They play Weber State. They'll be able to win that game. But no cakewalk on the road against Cincinnati. Houston's going to challenge them on the road for Arizona State. Not going to be easy. Kansas State might be the most winnable game after the UCF game. But then, you know, Oklahoma State has the potential, in my opinion, to be one of the best stories in all of college football. When we get to buy, sell, hold, or bet, that might be a team that I am buying to the 10th degree, just in terms of how much I believe in Eric Morris and Drew Mestemaker and all of the team, all the guys that they brought over from a really, really good North Texas team. I'll say it over and over again. You want to see if the Kurt Cignetti model works anywhere other than Indiana? Look at Oklahoma State this year, because they are the team that's going to try and replicate that. So, you know, Colorado, like kind of Josh has mentioned, and I'll just piggyback off of it. It's not that I expected Deion Sanders and, you know, that entire crew to dominate the Big 12 and be on the front of presses for college football, you know, the entire time he was there. But I just didn't expect me to be just so lukewarm on them. I didn't expect me to be just so kind of uninterested in what they are. But frankly, they've had problems in the trenches the minute that they got to Colorado, and they keep doing the same thing over and over again, which is bringing a bunch of transfers. They don't work. They transfer out. Bring in more transfers and try and do patchwork over and over and over again. And it just hasn't worked. And to me, the definition, not to me, I mean, everyone knows the saying, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Well, to a certain degree, that's exactly what Colorado is going to try and do. You know, and, you know, we've had this conversation in terms of, I hear that. Okay. Well, it's just one of those things where Travis Hunter, they thought you'd get more guys like Travis Hunter, and instead they did in Jordan Seaton, the offensive lineman, and now he's playing for LSU. So that's our preview there with the Colorado Buffaloes. Obviously, I'm selling. The schedule just isn't the easiest in terms of the Big 12. They play some really well-coached teams, very talented teams, along with playing some teams that combat their style of play to the worst degree. All right, let's take a break here. Ryan Burns of Minnesota 24/7 going to talk to us about the Minnesota Golden Gophers after a preview here on Middays with Matt.
Is calling Husker fans. You could win a trip or two to watch Nebraska
It was not exactly 95 with Canadian wildfire smoke up
Yes.
here in the Twin Cities today, but I'm sure it is much cleaner air down there in Nebraska.
It is much cleaner air down here in Nebraska. Unfortunately, the fishing definitely not at the same level as it is in Minnesota. So I'll trade you that. I'll trade you the smoke for your northern pike. Would you take it?
I would. I was just out on the lake the other weekend getting some walleye and pike. So
Nice.
you're a man after my own heart.
Well, I mean, right now, we're in pretty prime season right now to get on the Whitefish Chain, to get on Gold Lake, to do a little cruising around the. Now I was about to call them ponds over there, Ryan. They're much more than ponds. They're almost like Great Lakes sometimes. But I enjoy that area of the country. So I'll always talk about that with you. But let's talk about the Golden Gophers, my friend. Just your kind of let's just work through this. I want to get general, and then I'll get a little bit more specific with you down the line. But overall, just kind of what's the vibe? What's the outlook? How do Golden Gopher fans feel about PJ Fleck? How do they feel about another, 4 out of the last 5 years, 8 wins? Just kind of what's the vibe and expectation when it comes to his program at this point, Ryan?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about Minnesota this offseason is if you look at it just from a Big Ten perspective, PJ Fleck is now the second longest tenured coach in this conference, right behind Kirk Ferentz, where this is going to be year 10.
Wow.
Which is something that PJ Fleck has talked about with me, that he didn't think he was going to be here for 10 years. But the way it's all worked out, we're talking about a coach who, as you said, has led a Minnesota program which traditionally hasn't found a lot of consistent success, especially at the level that he has. But you look at then what national expectations seemingly are for them on a yearly basis, and I go look at Vegas, and they're at 5.5, maybe 6.5 wins. So it's always interesting to see that even with the players that they have coming back, even with the schedule that you get to miss Ohio State and Oregon, which I think are two of, if not the better or the best two teams in the conference this year. It's always just interesting to kind of see what is next. And that's where the floor has never been higher at the University of Minnesota football program to me. I mean, if your floor is you're finishing 5-4 in the Big Ten each year for a program that is bottom 5 in revenue in terms of just looking at athletic departments across the Big Ten, that's a heck of a place to be. Now, the question is, when is the ceiling coming? Because that is the number one thing that fans want to know. Is they had that magical season back in 2019 where they're able to beat Penn State at home. They win 10 games. They beat Auburn in the Outback Bowl, but they have not been back to a Florida Bowl game since. So it's going to be, is this the year where they can get over that 7 type of regular season win hump, have an 8-9 win season, which can put you in Florida? That's going to be one of the things that they need to figure out here as we get closer and closer to the start of the season.
Is it one of those things, Ryan, where there's a concern when you do finally develop the players who could get you to that ceiling, that they get poached from other teams with bigger budgets? Is that a concern when it comes to the fan base?
It's a concern. It's one that I don't think has necessarily come to fruition as much as people think, where because of revenue sharing and because of Minnesota's NIL collective, Dinkytown Athletes, Minnesota has at least been able to be in the ballpark, which has kept them with some really good players, such as first-team All-Big Ten defensive end Anthony Smith, who I think all of us here would agree that Penn State's budget, and why I bring up Penn State here, is Anthony Smith is a young man from the state of Pennsylvania. I think their budget to potentially land him is bigger, but because Minnesota still has funds to be able to allocate, you're still able to be in the mix. Now, you lose Coy Parrish, and the final 2 teams that he was down to were Texas Tech and Oregon, and I think everyone listening to this knows those are 2 rosters that probably start with a 4 in terms of $40 million something this upcoming fall. So there are going to be some that you lose. You can't keep everybody, but you've been able to keep a lot of star players over the years where you weren't the highest offer in the room, but because you're at least in the ballpark.
Sure.
I mean, that's been a big thing for them in retention.
How excited are you for Drake Lindsey, and what are your expectations for the young man? After, we've had some young quarterbacks here in Nebraska who frankly didn't have the season that Lindsey did last year. As his first time as a starter, your expectations for him this season, Ryan Burns, is what?
It would be just build off what he did last season to prove that it wasn't a fluke where your first 13 starts in the Big Ten, you end up completing north of 60% of your passes with a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. I think everyone would take that from a redshirt freshman in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Now, the question is going to be, it's been a more interesting offseason for him, whether you look at NFL mock drafts that I've seen 3-4 different ones that Drake Lindsay is now mentioned on. Now, I think that's a little premature. I think maybe this time next year we would be talking about that if he has the season that he thinks he can have. He was also picked up in his hometown of Fayetteville, Arkansas for a fake ID, which, again, to me isn't the biggest thing in the world for a young man who turns 21 in a couple of weeks here, but just another thing to kind of add to the docket there. But for him, I know the biggest things were getting a little bit more trim, as I'm sure Nebraska fans saw last year. He's not someone that's going to win many foot races. This isn't Tommy Armstrong out there running around.
Yeah.
But this is a guy who's trying to avoid more sacks in the pocket and trying to be able to just move a little bit better. That's where he hired a personal chef. He looks noticeably trimmer, but then it's also, can he elevate this offense to become more explosive? You've got arguably the most difficult piece to figure out in any football team, which is the quarterback. You've got him coming back now in year 2. So how can you build around him is almost as much part of the discussion for what expectations are. But it's just, can he build off last season and prove that it was not a fluke?
I was doing my research here, Ryan, and I read that Darius Taylor is doing Pilates this offseason. How big of a deal do you think that is to improve on the 3.7 yards per carry the rushing offense had last year?
Yeah, you just never know what kids are going to tell you. You know, there was that show back in the day, kids say the darndest things.
Sure.
And when I asked Darius here this spring, like, what are you doing to change what you've done historically to try and stay more healthy? And he mentioned 2 things. He said, I've hired a chef. Great. Him and Drake Lindsay now the same chef. But I didn't think I was going to have a 21-year-old look me dead in the eyes and say, oh, by the way, I'm doing Pilates. Do you want me to tell you about my pelvic floor? So it's something to where he's trying something different. Which
Yeah, 1,000,000%. We laugh, but it's effective, man. And seriously, I mean, it's whatever you can do to stay healthy. I mean, it's admirable in my opinion.
Well, that's where I think for just anything in life, if you do the same thing over and over again, why is anything going to change?
Sure.
And so it's at least trying something different to where there's no doubt in anybody's mind when Darius Taylor is healthy and on the field, he's an all Big Ten running back and someone that is a modern, I would say, running back in today's game where he can catch 4 to 6 passes every week. There's a lot of value in that.
Sure.
But the value has to be the best ability in football is availability. And he has not been on the field enough for Minnesota. So he's trying a bunch of different things to try and find a way to play in double-digit games. And if he can, the hope would be that Minnesota doesn't have the worst rushing offense in the Big Ten like they did last year, because up here in Dickeytown in the Twin Cities, RTB doesn't stand for just row the boat, it's run the ball.
Yeah.
And they couldn't run the ball. And when you can't run the ball, you don't have to dedicate more guys to the box. You're not stressing defenses. You're not going to become explosive. I mean, the whole thing rolls downhill, literally. So if Darius can stay healthy with the help of Pilates, I don't care how it gets done. I don't care how he stays on the field for 10 games. But if he ends the season with 200 or more carries, I can about guarantee you Minnesota is going to be anywhere near the bottom of the Big Ten rushing offense.
2 quick questions here. Ryan Burns for Minnesota 24/7 on the Golden Gopher football beat. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us. 2 more questions here before we let you go. Number 1, the over-under is 6.5. I in our buy-sell holder bet segment, I said I'm betting on the Golden Gophers to be over 6.5. I think that the schedule works out nicely for you guys. Like you mentioned, you don't have to play Indiana or Ohio State, which I think is a big win. Was there any sort of bitterness or any sort of maybe, man, that sucks, or that was slightly disappointing to see Corey Heatherman go from being the Golden Gopher DC to Miami to be in the national championship? Or was it just kind of one of those things where, yeah, this is the business?
I think it was more that this is the business, because the reality of the situation, and I've talked about it with athletic administrators here at Minnesota, is because their coordinator pay is so low, you're going to just lose guys like that. And that's where Corey Heatherman was making, I think, somewhere around $800,000 in his year at Minnesota in 2024. he had agreed to an extension that December to put him north of $1 million. But when Miami calls with an additional year, a 3-year coordinator deal, and also you're going to be making somewhere around $1.5 million per.
Yeah.
And you're going to be also being able to live down in South Beach. It just kind of is what it is. But that's one of the underrated parts of this season in terms of storylines is both Gopher coordinators are going into the season with contracts that expire in, I think it's January 30th. So essentially after the season gets done, PJ Fleck's going to have a decision to where, are you going to give him the multi-year deal? Are you actually going to pay up to pay 2 coordinators north of $1 million? Because I think about somebody like Phil Parker at Iowa. Now, again, much longer track record, one of the greatest coordinators in this conference. He's making 1.9.
Yeah.
Both of the Gopher coordinator salaries put together doesn't come close to $1.9 million. So that is one area that Minnesota has to clean up if Fleck is going to continue with his sustained success.
Who wins the right tackle battle, Daniel Shipp or Bennett Warren?
I'm going to go with the older guy, and that's Bennett Warren, who third-year guy, former prospect pedigree where he was a top 150 overall player. His journey has just been very interesting to where he was over 320 pounds at Tennessee last year, played a little bit for them, and then when he elected to come to Minnesota, they had him completely retransform his body here. He's dropped 30 pounds to where he was working about 290 here this spring.
Wow.
Now it's okay. Let me get him back north of 300 pounds, get him about 305, but it's better weight.
Yeah.
But the question is going to be for anybody starting for the first time, because I think about right tackles, I think about a former Lakeville, Minnesota product who started at right tackle for many years in Nebraska, Bryce Benhart.
Yeah.
The early Bryce Benhart versus the late Bryce Benhart were very different players. So the question is going to be, how quickly can he acclimate? Because right tackle has just been a revolving door for Minnesota, and the hope would be that from game 1 to 13, there's actual progress made.
But he bring back that whole left side with Roy Johnson and Beers, and so could be a lot of zone left for Darius Taylor this year for the Minnesota Golden Gophers, who going to be very interesting to see in your team. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us here Middays with Matt. We appreciate all of your information and your insights on the Golden Gophers, and we look forward to talking to you in the future, my friend. Thank you so much again.
Appreciate you having me on, and I hope both of you end up at a fish fry tomorrow night.
Me too. Absolutely. I hope I see you on Mille Lacs, Ryan, one day. That's our goal right there. So thank you so much again. We'll talk to you soon, my friend. Let's go ahead.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Jashir Whittington might be my new favorite Cornhusker. I'll tell you exactly why. Coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Nebraska Cornhusker. Okay. New favorite guy. Now, I will say, like, I don't know if he's going to take over my all-time ranking. Everyone knows that I have a fondness for Samori Toure, probably the second best wide receiver that I ever saw while I was
Your
there.
lifetime, yes.
He was the second best wide receiver when I was at Nebraska.
That's sad.
I mean, he did. I think he got over 1,000 or close to 1,000 receiving yards in this 1 year. But yes, I wasn't going to be a Trey Palmer guy. Everybody who graduated when I graduated was like, "Oh my God, Trey Palmer's great." No, I was a Toure guy. I have a new favorite Cornhusker, and it stems from Brian Christopherson's article on Huskers 24/7. Okay, my new favorite Cornhusker is Jashir Whittington. Okay. I want you to read this. I want to read this to you from BC on Huskers 24/7. Whittington has to be, quote, bred to earn that bread. Brian continues. As he explained during the spring, he gave himself the nickname Bread as a senior in high school. He first saw it on Jalen Carter's social media when Whittington was at high school in Pennsylvania. Imitation is flattery, and he embraced it by putting the nickname on his own social media accounts. You better make plays. He make plays. Whittington said, I just kept putting it out there on social media, and then everybody stuck it on me. People tell me you can't give yourself a nickname, but I changed the narrative on that one. That's how I stuck with it. Now it's a part of me. I just got to be that guy. This is the type of attitude Nebraska needs more of, all right? We need a little bit more of a delusional attitude. We need a little bit less of the nice guys and a little bit more of the, I'm Brett. That's my name. Nickname's Brett. Oh, why is it Brett? Because I said so. That's why. All right? Because I want it to be. Now, bro, you can't give yourself your own nickname. No. I'm gonna change the narrative.
Yeah, you can't give yourself your own nickname.
Not according to Sheer Whittington.
And I hope that doesn't come back and like, oh, you're bred because you're soft.
Okay, that's on you. That's you doing that now.
Hey, I'm just.
You go ahead and you
Tell him
say
what the guys
like,
are going to say to him.
Oh, I hope people don't do this super creative thing that I just thought of. That definitely like fans the flame of that happening. That's
I don't want it to happen.
I don't want it to happen, but I don't want you to get this hyper specific nickname that, just some random guy might think about on Twitter.
Saying someone could do that.
I know you're Betty Crocker, Josh Hodson. You're just stirring the pot over there. Always stirring the pot. Well, what Josh Hodson does better than stir the pot, not a whole lot of things, but one in particular is give us the odd news. That comes up next.
Does it?
Oh, yeah, we're doing it, baby.
I don't want to step on Sipple's toes.
Oh, Steve Sipple coming up next year.
He's more important. I get it.
You're running the show.
Host Coffee Studio.
Claire.
1620 The Zone.
An hour up from his usual time slot at 11 o'clock, we are joined by Stephen M. Sipple of Husker Online and On 3. Sip, how are you today?
What's going on in Omaha?
Not a whole lot. I mean, it's just kind of hot. I mean, it's not as muggy as it was like last week, but it's pretty hot out here. I mean, I walked to the car today and my back was sweating, and I hate that when I like get into the car and I feel like I'm in a sauna.
How's your foot?
Better. I got some insoles and I got some new running shoes, so we're back to working out, which is really good. But it's still we put on a couple lbs during that time, so it's just a lot of hard work to get them off. But nothing that I haven't done before. You know the grind.
You had to get insoles. I've never had to do that.
Yeah, you know what? I think I was going on a lot of walks, Sip. Like I was doing a lot of walking, but I didn't invest in the proper shoes for when I was going on those walks. And so I was putting a lot more miles on the wrong tires, and it kind of just, the car broke down is the best way of describing it. And so we've had to reset, but we're feeling better.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly common issue.
Yeah. I had to learn the hard way, but I never stopped going on the golf course though. And so that's been good. So I've been getting out that way, but how are you? How's your summer been overall?
Uneventful.
Yeah.
And anymore, it's just work. I mean, I don't take too much time off anymore, but I haven't for years. So that's not a big change. There was a time back in the day, in the 90s, I was just telling somebody, late 90s, the Journal Star would, I got 5 weeks of vacation. There's a couple of years I'd come back from 5 weeks and they'd say, you can take another week. We're good. Pre-internet. It's hard for you to understand because the world hasn't always been like it is now, where it's sort of round the clock news,
Wait, you took 5 straight weeks off?
Oh yeah. Five straight weeks at the lake. I mean, I wouldn't even do anything.
That's I'm sorry. I couldn't ever imagine that. I could never imagine being someone saying you get 5, like that's like summer break. That's like adult summer break. That's crazy, Sip.
That was awesome. It happened for years. Like it's hard. I know you're too young to remember, but it was before the internet.
Yeah. This is a great question for you. Do you kind of like yearn to have that time back, or do you kind of look back and say, yeah, it would be nice to have those 5 weeks off at the same time, though there's so many great things that the internet has provided for me and my job?
Ooh, that's a good question. No, I would say I think those were better times, is the way I like to say it in this world. Yeah.
I think a lot of people would agree, Sip. It sounds way better in my opinion. I can't stand social media, and I've grown up with it.
Yeah, who would push back on the notion that the 90s were better times than now? Who?
Well, wait. I don't know. We got to take a step back. I was more so talking about, the cost and benefits you might get in terms of media. Overall, I mean, you look statistically, like people live longer now, and we have medicines for things that weren't around back in the 90s, and technology overall has improved quality of lives. I think there's a lot of positives that have happened over the last 30 years.
But as far as your original question, oh God, that was a nice time. You'd come back, and there just wasn't much news during the summer.
Yeah. 100%.
You weren't expected to write something now it's at least 3 or 4 articles a week. You wouldn't even think about doing that back then.
Sure. Well, I mean,
unless there was something going on, which there rarely was.
I also feel like, though, you can make that case about like 10 years ago too. Like back in 2015, how often were things really going down in June and July? Now it feels like today. But I'm just saying, in comparison of today, it seems like every week we've had a new lawsuit or a story or a controversy or, I mean, look what's all the Sorsby situation happened. Dusty May, went to the NBA. We've had all of this arguing and bickering between all the conferences and the playoff alignment and all that type of stuff. Like, it just seems like there's just so much turmoil. It never ends.
True, and it wasn't the case in 2015. But what was the case, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, was you had a website that needed you needed fresh stories. So it didn't even matter if anything was going on. You had to make something go on,
Sure. Great point. It's a good point.
So some of it's that. And I even think university programs, like football programs, feel sort of compelled to put out stuff sometimes just to keep the ball in the air.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, keep people talking about your team 1,000,000%. And that's, I mean, we've come to learn that, especially in social media. Like what's been fascinating to me, Sip, is like how much these athletic departments have continued to invest in social media and marketing, right? Like that. I mean, we've seen across the country, especially over the last couple of years, how much investment and how much just having a media presence has grown from athletic department to athletic department.
No question about it. Which, by the way, as long as we're talking, it's sort of interesting because Nebraska's football coaches basically shut it down. Which he's kind of taken another way. He's kind of taken another road. Rule has shut things down almost completely. Like I've had seen around here in a while, which is fine. I think he just wants it to be quiet and do their talking on Saturdays, and there's a lot to be said for that too.
What do you mean shut things down? What do you mean by that? Is that he's
There's
not
not
doing
a lot of access? He hasn't been accessible.
No, not really.
There hasn't been a lot of access.
One open practice was kind of telling, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Not even one open practice. It was just one portion of a practice.
Yeah. One 20-minute portion of a practice. One of them. I mean, the year before didn't we get 4 1 year? What didn't we?
Maybe, but what I think about is when, like, Bill Callahan had an entire spring open.
I can't believe that. I mean, because here's the thing: I've grown up in this new media, right, where that doesn't happen. That's not a thing. And then I talk to guys like you, and I talk to Severe. And you guys tell me how about like you could see the problems that are going to happen for certain defenses or certain things that they do because you went to those practices. And do you remember the best thing that we've gotten in the Matt Rule era is when they scrimmaged for like 20 minutes on that open practice. And that was how crazy did we go in terms of publishing all that stuff, right? That's the best we got.
Yeah, and that was by accident.
Yes, it was. It was by accident. It was by complete accident.
Now, here's what I'd say, just to be fair to everybody, to be fair to Matt Rule, if I were a head coach, there's no way I would open my practices to this media corps because it's so big. There's some places where I'd say, yeah, we can do it, but I'm not letting 100 people in.
Well, I could see where that argument is made, but I mean, do you think it's from a strategic, like, are you talking from more of a strategic session, or are you talking just more so from a logistics perspective?
No, I'm talking from a misinformation standpoint. You let a bunch of people in, and there's some of what you see is open to interpretation, and often the interpretation is wrong. So, it's mostly about, like, if I was at UTEP.
Okay.
There was 12 people who wanted to watch practice. I'd say, yeah, they can come in. But at places like Nebraska, where there's literally 100, I'm not doing it. I'm just not. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't let them all in. And then you can't pick and choose, I would do what Rule does and not let anybody.
Can I slightly push back? Well, I don't know if it's a pushback as much as just. Let me adjust some things here. Like when you say misinformation, right? Like I think there's a difference between misinterpretation and misinformation, right? If we're talking about like misinformation in terms of rumors, in terms of who's doing what and what's going on within the football program and all that type of stuff, right? I couldn't agree more. You don't want any of it because that's all bad publicity, whatever. But I think there's a difference between misinformation of rumors and just letting people watch football and then them interpreting things the way that they want to. Like what I don't know if it causes much. I understand how it could cause problems. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, it can cause big problems. I mean, like if they let you in for one practice and you happen to see a practice where there's a running back taking the first string reps, but the next day they're sending someone else with the ones, and then the next day it's someone else. But we see the day where this particular person's with the one offense, and we labor under the illusion for a period of days or weeks that this player is the number one, which it could happen at any position, and that sort of stuff happens all the time.
Sure, sure. But I mean, I don't know. Am I wrong in thinking there's a part of me that's like, all right, so what if they labor with that guy's the first running back? You'll see who the first running back is when they play the regular season games, you know?
I wish it was like that, but then a coach has to deal with a parent or parents and an agent and an uncle.
Great points, Steve. This is why we bring you on.
And then pretty soon you're spending 2 hours of your day, dealing with it. Oh, hey, trust me.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
No, I don't.
I know. No. You're completely correct. And that's kind of, that's always, that's an interesting part though, Steve. Like you bring up the parent perspective, that's always been there. But now having that agent perspective, I mean, that's kind of one of when we talk about coaches as being sick and tired of the NIL era and yearning for the old era to be back, I think that's got to be one of the biggest factors.
Yeah, and just the entourage,
Sure.
Yeah, if you're just dealing with the mom and dad, it'd be one thing. That's often not the case.
So, are you just sick and tired of all this playoff expansion talk? Is that where we're currently at in Stephen M. Sipple's mind?
No, I'm not sick. No, I'm really staunch on not. I'm a staunch 12-teamer. I mean, I'm not sick of it. I think it's interesting discussion.
I loved your quote here. CFP isn't charity. I think we need to put that somewhere in the NCAA offices right now, or just anywhere. The college football playoff isn't a right; it's a privilege, and I couldn't agree more about that.
Yeah, when I hear colleagues say it. Well, we got to help these teams get exposure, and how are they going to make it if they can't get in the playoff? And well, that's not. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
No, I want the best teams in there. I don't want a bunch of teams that have no chance of winning. And what we've seen so far is, in that same column, I wrote what, for instance, Ohio State had to go through, the gauntlet that they had to run through to win it in 2024. Look at what they had. What they do? They had to beat Tennessee. They had to beat Oregon. Had to beat Texas. Had to beat Notre Dame. Now, how many teams can do that? There's not 24 of them. I'll tell you that right now.
God no. God no.
So, same with Indiana last year. What they do? They won the Big Ten. They beat Ohio State in an absolute bloodbath of the Big Ten title game.
And then Alabama, Oregon, Indiana.
Hammered Alabama, hammered Oregon, and then went to Miami and beat Miami.
Yeah.
Hard to do. I mean, you think BYU can do that?
No, God, no. But that's the one thing where it's like BYU didn't get in, but they would have gotten in an expanded playoff. To your point, this whole expanded playoff talk, and this isn't just a college football thing for me, Sip. This is like everywhere. Like in the 2020s, I feel like the 2020s of sport is like the playoff expansion era. The NFL added a team, the MLB added a team, the NBA added 4 teams, college football playoff added 8 teams. Hell, the World Cup added 16 more teams, right? I mean, it's just the NCAA tournament added 8 teams. We just keep adding more and more teams to playoffs. And I'm fine with playoff expansion when you think that, hey, we're doing a disservice and not allowing teams that can legitimately win a national title to where we're doing a disservice by not allowing that to happen. I couldn't agree more. We're done. We're capped. We're maxed out.
Yeah, and I get it. I've had people point out, for instance, the World Cup and whatever. I mean, I get it. It's not, my argument isn't perfect, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the World Cup added to its playoff size, and there are definitely teams that can't win it all. All right, that's fine. That's the World Cup did it, but that doesn't mean that college football should do it. That's
Sipple, the reason why World Cup playoff expansion is because Americans want more goals. And so they added 16 teams that wouldn't make the World Cup of the past. And then all of these great teams scored a ton of goals against them. And so we all flipped out and called it super exciting, which at the end of the day, we just added more, blowouts, which we're fine with because we don't want ties. That's what really it stemmed from, in my opinion.
Well, that's fine. You know more about that than I do.
But I'm agreeing with you. Like I'm not flipping out about it because at the end of the day, we got the equivalent of Kansas, North Carolina, Kentucky, and Duke in the Final Four. It didn't really add a whole lot.
No, and here's the other thing. It's not like I'd flip out if they went to 24. I'm not flipping out, but my preference is 12, and my preference is that it stays at a number for a prolonged period of time to actually see if it works well.
I'm doing a segment right after I'm done talking with you here, Stephen M. Sipple of On3 and Husker Online. I'm calling them Kool-Aid questions, okay? Where essentially, right, what is drinking the Kool-Aid? Well, drinking the Kool-Aid is just assuming all the questions we have about a team is going to turn out correctly. They're going to turn out right. They're going to work out for the better. Do you mind if I ask you a Kool-Aid question? And then you go ahead and you give me 1 to 10 how confident it'll turn out positively.
Okay.
My Kool-Aid question for you is, will the pieces come together on this new look offensive line? Will the pieces come together on this new look offensive line? Stephen M. Sipple, that Kool-Aid question, you are confident 1 to 10. How high or low are you that the pieces will come together on the offensive line?
7.
Okay. I put 6. Okay. I'm right around why are you a 7?
Well, I appreciate that you're a little more halting. I like the look of it. Each individual, if you assess each individual, there's experience, there's size, it looks good in that regard. Notice, I like your 6. Maybe I was a little aggressive. I still have some reservation. I mean, I don't see an all Big Ten player other than perhaps Evans on there.
Sure.
But I like it. I like the configuration, and I also like the depth. I mean, you've got
great point.
For instance, Gatula waiting,
Sledge,
Sledge, right? Those type of Tyler Knack, those type of guys. You got pretty good depth and not starting through.
Does Jeep Wade? How much does that factor into that for you?
Big factor. I think it's more play style for me. I like the idea of injecting counter into the equipment.
Well,
we haven't seen much of that at Nebraska. I think you're going to see those athletic linemen get out and go a little bit. And that's going to be kind of exciting, and I think it makes sense.
It's not necessarily that I love injecting counter. I don't really have an opinion on it. I just love the idea of injecting somebody with the mindset of we are going to run the same play 37,000 ways. Yeah. I love injecting that. I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of that concept more than anything.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, you just see some of Dan Campbell and like the Detroit Lions, like they kind of do that, right? You see some of the top offenses across the NFL. They have that same mindset of we do 8 things well, but we're going to do them 47 different ways. And you're just going to have to figure that out. And I like that they brought that with Jeep. Steve, you're the best. I really appreciate these conversations we have with you every week. Look forward. We're only, we're 12 days away from Big Ten Media Days. I mean, we're right around the corner, my friend.
Yeah, it's on us, which is good. So yeah, I appreciate it. Good job.
Thank you. I'll continue to do a good job for you, Stephen M. Sipple. As we will talk to you next weekend, my friend. Thanks again. That's what I like about Sip, by the way. We don't have that awkward thing where I have to reach over and drop him. He just gets out. He's just like, all right, cool. See ya. I got to walk the dog. I got to work out. I got things to do. By the way,
he's busy.
How thoughtful of him to ask about my foot. I can't believe he remembered that.
You don't hear anyone asking about your foot anymore.
It's still it's a little sore. It's a little sore.
Oh.
I heard it yesterday. We're building my desk. Send you the picture. I got a great setup, but I was like sitting on it a lot, and it just wasn't. I'll say this: I built the desk to the best of my abilities yesterday, and I got it done. It works. It holds things on the countertops.
That's what you're looking for in a desk.
And that's exactly what I'm looking for in a desk. I will say this though. The manufacturer messed up. They put the directions in the wrong order.
Oh no.
There were some things that were a little bit more difficult to do that were not my fault. Okay. They had me put a big panel down first, and then I have a little stand. You saw it. I have a little stand that goes like a smaller stand that goes on the big panel. They had me put the big panel first and then the small panel second. But when you have to screw in the small panel, you have to like blindly look and try and find fit the screw through two different things to hit the spot. It was terrible. I spent like literally 45 minutes trying to screw in the small panel with all of the screws because they just completely botched. A botch. Habotchery, some might call it. We're not going to have habotchery coming up next. We're actually going to have a dose of hopium.
Whoa.
Kool-Aid questions coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
Cannot rule out the possibility that it could rain. 0%. Guess what? You can't rule it out. You can't rule it out. It could rain. Would you get like a 1%?
Don't forget to email us on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Equitable Bank, they take banking personally. They always pick up on the first ring. And speaking about ringing, you can call us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. Let's go to the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. I see an on-3 graphic. Most impactful transfers in the Big 12 this season. There is one team that has the most impactful transfers this season for the Big 12. Josh Otson, I will give you the floor. Can you guess which team, according to On3, has had the most impactful transfers?
Which
this season?
team?
Which team? Which team?
Oh.
Which team has gone? Which team has held? You got to hold the transfers. Anybody can get a transfer. You got to hold the transfers. Who has held the most impactful transfers according to On3?
Miami?
Big 12. Big 12.
Big 12. Which Big 12 team?
Big 12.
BYU.
Oklahoma State.
Oh,
They
yeah. A
have
ton of transfers.
3 of the top 10 most impactful, which include one of the best quarterbacks in all of college football last
People
year.
very
Drew
high on the
Mestemaker.
Cowboys.
People being, hi,
Matt McMaster.
yo soy people.
The call is coming from inside the house.
It is coming from inside the house. We will be talking about Oklahoma State maybe tomorrow on buy, sell, hold, or bet. Who knows? As we'll be doing that 3 times a week here before we get up to the start of the. We've been on a Husker Online, but they are now releasing their players we are keeping an eye on for fall camp, which just reminds you.
List season.
Well, I feel like we're past list season, aren't we?
Yeah,
aren't we
I would have
past
thought
that?
so.
Like now we're kind of getting into more like what happens? List season to what? Information season, right? I mean, we're kind of in more informational territory at this point. Which, by the way, I'm ready to chuck this thing across the studio.
Oh, all the way out on Phil Steele.
I'm done. It's just bad. It's just not good. And now I'm starting to like see some of the things that Brett Ciancia is writing, and I'm just fired up to get my preview, my pick 6 preview.
The olds aren't going to let you into their clubs because you don't like Phil Steele.
What clubs? All right, I don't need to go to these clubs that these olds are at. Okay, I don't. I golf with a lot of olds. They've never told me how much they love Phil Steele. All the mutual guys tell me how much they love Middays with Matt. Listen to your show. We love how you talk about Tiburon in our league all the time. I played terrible once again yesterday.
Oh, no.
Shout
Was
out
it the
Josh.
foot?
He beat me. No, it was bad. I hit 2 houses.
I'm sorry. It sounded like you said you hit 2 houses.
I hit 2 houses.
I'm not a golfer, Matt. I don't think that's the goal.
I had a banana hook left twice. Okay. I'm a lefty. And the amount of times the guys were like, "Are you sure you're a lefty?" Which, by the way, that's the worst joke you can make on a golf course. Okay. That and when you miss a putt, they go right club. Ha ha. Very funny. So, by the way, speaking about golf, here's my guy, Matthew Fitzpatrick, who I bet in a British Open pool. And
You just love people named Fitzpatrick, don't you?
What do you mean? Who are the other Fitzpatrick? Oh,
Pat Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald.
That's the guy I was
Like,
thinking
I
of.
don't
I'm
like
sorry.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I got fixated on Fitz and just my brain shut off. I'm sorry.
That is the easiest nickname of all time, by the way.
Patty Fitz?
Just Fitz in
Fitz,
general.
yeah.
If you are a Fitz whatever, you're just, for the rest of your life, you're Fitz until you decide you wanted to be called Bread, like Jashir Whittington.
You can't give yourself a nickname.
Jashir did, and that's why I love him. He goes, anytime anybody goes, I changed the narrative, I laugh out loud.
I changed the narrative.
As if, is giving yourself a no nickname like not allowed in terms of, is that a narrative you're not allowed to do it? Is that just like principle?
That's just principle. I
That's
mean,
just principle.
Hey, everybody, call me T-Bone, okay? Like, no. If you act like a T-Bone, I'll call you T-Bone.
How do you, poll question, have you ever acted like a T-bone? How do you act like a T-bone? Do you have a fillet on your right and a ribeye?
No, it's a total vibe. It's, yeah, that guy's T-Bone.
That guy's a T-bone.
And your name has to start with T.
Did you have a nickname that was never Josh or Odson? Did you ever have a?
No.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I don't know what we would have called you in hockey. Josh Odson isn't very conducive towards a hockey nickname.
Yeah, it doesn't lend itself to a lot.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
Otter.
Okay.
You're Otter.
Definitely could have been worse. I'll take that.
Because you can't do Otto, and you can't do Oddsy, and you can't do Oddsir.
Mm-hmm.
So then we gotta really flip it, and then we go and then how I pronounce it, Otter. There you go. It's just easy like that. It's just easy. It just comes naturally. Do you know what also comes naturally to people around here in Nebraska? Drinking Kool-Aid. Okay, now, not this year, not this year. Kudos to everybody. Nobody's drinking Kool-Aid. I mean, this is why we've called this the bad vibes off season, because the Kool-Aid drinking has been put to a minimum. As everybody knows on my Kool-Aid meter, I'm at the point where I have gone up to the sink. I have filled up my pitcher. Okay. I have placed my wooden spoon down on the counter.
These are important steps.
Is down on the counter. I am now walking over to the cupboard and I am grabbing the sugar. Okay. I have all my things. Oh, I forgot the sugar. I'm walking back to the cupboard.
How much are you putting in? You putting in a little extra sugar this year?
Don't know
so
yet.
People like the taste.
Ask me on August 12th how much sugar I'm putting in my Kool-Aid. But we might be able to answer that question here when I ask us the Kool-Aid questions. What are the questions we have this season that if you were to answer all of them, yes, this is going to happen, you would be quote unquote drinking the Kool-Aid and predicting Nebraska to finish 10-2 with an upset over a quote unquote winnable Indiana football team? Yuck. Here are our Kool-Aid questions. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Kool-Aid questions about this team. I'll ask them, I'll answer them, and then I'll give you my rating 1 through 10. You can give me your ratings, 429511620. Call us or text us how much you're confident that these things will happen. All right, Kool-Aid question number 1. Will Anthony Calandria be the guy? Will Anthony Calandria have a great season at quarterback? What does that entail? He rushes for close to 10 touchdowns again. He has over 500 rushing yards. He's close to 3,000 passing yards. He doesn't turn the ball over double-digit times. He's one of the better quarterbacks in the Big Ten, easily a top 10 Big Ten quarterback. Will Anthony Calandria be the guy? Is our first Kool-Aid question. My confidence level that this will happen is a 6 out of 10. I think that Anthony is going to have some very exciting moments. I think the underrated part when we talk about Calandria is how effective he's going to be in the red zone. I think his legs absolutely opens up the possibilities that they have in the red zone from, you can run the ball with him. You can pull some zone reads. You can do some RPO stuff. I mean, you can roll them right, roll them left, right, if you really want to in the red zone to give yourself some more options, give the defense a different look. I also think, too, this point has been brought up when it comes to the red zone and Anthony Calandria in this offense. But I think short yardage situations as well, you add in a quarterback, right, who can, what if you're in a jumbo package and they decide, hey, we're gonna fake that we're gonna ram it down your throat, and then he pulls and he goes out to the outside. Or what if you're more conducive to do some RPO stuff in short yardage situations because of his ability to be mobile? There's a lot more just possibilities you can do in a more condensed field with a quarterback that's mobile. It just really boils down to, is he going to limit his mistakes? Even at UNLV, he had 13 interceptions, even at the lower level, he was still kind of risking it. And I like quarterbacks who risk it. High risk Mac is what Michael Severe has called me. I like quarterbacks who want to thread the needle, who want to be aggressive. At the same time, it's just like, it just seems like that's kind of what you're buying when it comes to Anthony Calandria. And that's why I'm more of a 6 out of 10, which is just, I think that's just always going to be a part of who he is.
I'm going to go 7 out of 10, but for the same reasons as you.
Yeah.
And I will add, I'm not really sure who else on offense will be the man, quote unquote.
So those are other Kool-Aid questions we're going to have. We're doing singularly because this is what Kool-Aid's all about. Okay. All the sums equal the parts. Here we go. Number 2, Kool-Aid question number 2. Will the defensive line take a step up? Will the defensive line take a step up? Now, some might ask, how big of a step up? I'd say to the point where it's like not necessarily a strength of the team, but you're no longer worried about it being a weakness. 4 out of 10. I'm a 4 out of 10. I think having a 4 down front helps. I think have different alignments along the line helps. I think that you have guys, that I don't know if RVP was best head over the center, right? He could be better now in that 3-tech in the 4-2-5. You got a guy like Dylan Berriman. He can line up in kind of that shade spot. He might be really conducive to be there. You're moving Cam Lenhart to a more traditional edge. That could be better. We've seen flashes from RVP. We've seen flashes from Petchak and Lenhart and these guys that are on this team. And, Michael Sears talked about in terms of the body archetype you want in a 4-2-5, Anthony Jones and the experience he brings, definitely helps. We'll see what happens with Williams Nwaneri. Can he take that next step up as an explosive edge rusher? But currently, right now, you just don't have, and we talked about this with the Gophers, like you don't have that Anthony Smith. You don't have that guy who's had 20 sacks over the last 3 seasons, who's had 92 pressures on your team. You don't have that stalwart run stopper and Ty Robinson, who was just, I remember when Matt Rule first got here to Nebraska, my buddies were watching Nebraska football to make conversation with me. They'd always bring up number 9. You don't really have that guy, for sure heading into the season. I think that Rob Orch and the coaches that they've brought in are only stand to benefit these guys and help them take a next step. I don't have a lot of I don't have enough there. It's a lot of wishing. It's a lot of theory, and that's why I'm a 4 out of 10.
I'll go 5 out of 10, but for the same reason. Yeah.
Will the running back room have an emerging star? Will we, by the end of the year, the last 4 weeks of the season, will we have a guy that says, give him the ball? That's the dude. That's your bell cow. That's how you win football games. Will we have that guy in the running back room? I am 3 out of 10.
Whoa.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If the question was, will the running back room be effective? I'd probably give you a 6 out of 10.
Okay.
But if we're talking about, are you going to have that is your guy? I like Jamal Rule. I like some of the things that we saw in the spring game. I'm not willing to put all of my eggs in that basket off of one scrimmage. He does have the breakaway speed, though, that they definitely have missed. I like Isaiah Mosey. I like Isaiah Mosey a lot, but there's still, once again, is another question of, has he fully made that transition yet? And is there another evolution of what he can be? I'll tell you this right now. If Isaiah Mosey ends up having a really solid season this year, basically his second year, like being a running back, he'd be a guy that I would pick next year in his third year to be like, all right, this is his time. This is his moment. But in terms of having a dude that you put in the upper echelon of running backs in the Big Ten, once again, I think it's wishful thinking. Well, maybe the better Kool-Aid question is running back room is effective, to which I would go 6. But
effective. That's our question.
We'll readjust it. Will the running back room be effective this year for Nebraska? 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
You're a 6. Perfect. Will the Huskers find an adequate answer at the second cornerback spot? Will the Huskers find an adequate answer at the second cornerback spot? That is going to be the hot button position battle in fall ball this year. The second cornerback spot. I am an 8 out of 10.
Very confident.
Very confident. I think Andrew Marshall had a very solid season last year. I think he's going to take another step up. Once again, has experience of playing with top competition now. Addison Williams, I think incredibly highly of him when it comes to him being a top-level DBs coach. Look, Jeremiah Charles and Danny Odom are very different in terms of the type of prospect they were coming out of high school, and they're both in very different situations in terms of Charles has been here from the beginning, and this is finally his opportunity to go and grab it and be, that high production defensive player, where Odom is a blue chip prospect, was a 5-star according to some recruiting publications. I think either of those options, I think they only stand to iron sharpen iron and improve with each other. I think either of those options are going to be really, really good for Nebraska football. 8 out of 10 will the Huskers find a second cornerback spot. Josh, you have?
I'm going to go 7, almost a 6, but adequate. The wording there kind of like it's
now looking for
it's a little easier to clear.
Will the pieces come together on the offensive line? 6 out of 10. I love the size. I love the athleticism. I think that you have a ton of potential with Mbenga. There's a reason why a lot of teams wanted him. And by the way, the fact that Jeep Wade had to pull out all the stops to get him. Just tells you how highly he thinks of him as a prospect. I think Elijah Pritchett got much better at the end of the year last season. You hope that continues under new coaching. Justin Evans, I mean, he's kind of been the story of the offseason in terms of how nationally, how many people think incredibly highly of him. That other tackle spot with Bob Alade, I think we'll see. I mean, he's got experience, but not necessarily, it didn't necessarily go the greatest during his time in South Carolina. But Brendan Black, experienced offensive guard as well. It's just one of those things where when we talk about continuity and the advantages of continuity, offensive line is kind of the position that comes to the top of the list in terms of guys communicating with each other, understanding the language, how to play with one another. Continuity matters on the O-line. And I'm a little nervous that you just have maybe too many new pieces that aren't interconnected from the years prior.
I'm at a 5. Steve texts the show. Did everyone forget Rule is 19 and 19 here, or are they just selectively illiterate? We weren't picking wins and losses.
We are not picking wins and losses.
I'm answering the questions Matt McMaster is asking.
These are the Kool-Aid questions.
Yes. If you're drinking Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid is a term. It's a product invented in Nebraska that generally is a synonym for you're high on a team, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, you're falling under the spell that everything's going to work out.
One last question. Will special teams be as effective as they were last year? Is our Kool-Aid question. Do you know why this isn't a Kool-Aid question to some people? Because it's a very easy answer. 2 out of 10. I just don't. I don't know, man. I think special teams is kind of the one. I don't want to say issue, but one question, one topic that some people just kind of skate over and forget that Nebraska doesn't win the Maryland game without special teams. Nebraska doesn't win the Northwestern game without special teams. Nebraska doesn't win. Well, they probably do win the Michigan State game without special teams, but it was still effective. Do they win the Cincinnati game without how great they were in terms of field positioning? I think there's arguments could be made there that was kind of the 3-point difference, was the fact that Cincinnati consistently had to go a lot longer down the field than Nebraska did, because Archie Wilson in his first ever collegiate football game, or just football game in general, did a really good job of consistently pinning Cincinnati back. It's just, I don't have the same coordinator. They don't have the same trusted eyes, and they don't have the same kickoff returner. And when Kenneth Williams got hurt, it was a big deal for this team. Now he's not on the team at all.
I don't think they'll be a detriment, but I don't think they'll be all that flashy either.
I agree. I'm not willing to rule it out. I'm not willing to rule that out. All right, let's talk about the British Open. Let's talk about some golf. Let's talk about some niche sports. And we'll take your texts and emails in terms of our Kool-Aid questions. Are you drinking the Kool-Aid on some of these questions? Will Anthony Calandri be the guy? Will the defensive line take a step up? Will the running back room have an emerging star? Will the Huskers find an adequate answer at the quarterback 2 spot? Will the pieces come together on the O-line? And will the special teams be as effective as last year? Those are our Kool-Aid questions. What are your answers? Equitable Bank Inbox and Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline here on Middays with Matt.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio.
The Odyssey comes out this weekend.
I have seen this. I have heard about this.
99% on Rotten Tomatoes. There are the general public who right now currently are watching the Odyssey. I'm assuming the first what is the let's go here to the Council Bluffs AMC. That's where I go to movie theaters. Council Bluffs AMC Odyssey movie times. When do you think the first opportunity for people to watch the Odyssey is right now at the Council Bluffs movie theater? Is that the closest movie theater here to 50th and Dodge? Would it be that one?
Well, I mean, Dundee's right across the street.
Yes, there's the Dundee movie
But
theater.
I assume besides that, I don't know which one's closer, Exarban or something
it's probably
else.
close. All right, let's see.
Probably 6 o'clock.
It is 6 o'clock. Very good, Josh Johnson. That is the first time that people will be able to watch it. I'll be going there on Saturday. I'm very fired up for it. 99% of Rotten Tomatoes. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Tom Holland had Sony move filming for the Spider-Man Brand New Day so he could star in the Odyssey. But apparently the only thing he knew was that about the book was that it had a Cyclops. His agents initially thought the project was a vampire film or a space movie, but he immediately accepted when he found out that Christopher Nolan was offering him the role.
Mm-hmm.
How stupid are his agents, by the way?
That's
Just
pretty dumb.
falling in ass backwards to what might be a role of the lifetime for Tom Holland.
I did like the story that Robert Pattinson was offered a role in the movie, and he said, well, I have to read the script first. And Christopher Nolan said, really? Everyone else just said yes. All right.
Well, Robert's been in a couple of
Here's the script, buddy.
Nolan movies before. That's his thing. By the way,
Tenet, the bad one.
2:45 is actually the first screening of Odyssey at
2:45.
Council Bluffs. So
We
you can
could
see
make
it there.
that.
Maybe we could. I have a lot of things to do. Building a desk, is hard. I got so much
That's what they
cardboard to
say.
throw out right now.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just have all. Do you know
Now,
what-
do you have to lug that to like a cardboard only dumpster in your apartment complex?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I knew it.
I also have to actually lug the styrofoam from the cardboard to the trash chute, throw out all the styrofoam, then lug the cardboard down to the cardboard area, put that away, and then I have to make that trip 2 more times.
I'd open the window and just push it
after
out.
that. Yeah,
That's the end of it.
I don't know if our window's actually open. I
Okay.
don't know. We live in an old hospital, so there are some windows on a certain floor.
Yeah, they don't open those.
They used to be the psych ward, and so they didn't open. Those windows aren't openable.
Sure.
We have some windows that we just physically can't open. So unfortunately, I don't think that's an option for me. Moving and building things sucks. It's just like every time, I broke up. I broke up with a girl one time, and I was like, this sucks. I don't want to do this again. Like, I don't want this to happen. I've now moved apartment units, and it's the first time where I've gone from apartment unit to apartment unit, and I've decided I never want to do that again either. I'm completely out on that as well. I'm just out on moving. I don't think there's
Good
any
take,
way.
Matt.
I don't think there's any way that you can make moving palatable for me. I have a buddy though. He loves to move.
That's disgusting.
like-
You got to get rid of this person. Cut him out of your life.
Dude, this is Ian's thing. Ian loves to be in a different state or city every 2.5 to 3 years. That's his
No.
bit.
No.
He's gone from Lincoln to Ohio to Kansas City, back to Ohio, back to Kansas City, over to Colorado now.
I love seeing different parts of the world, but I hate traveling.
He has
I hate moving.
He has no problem with it. I mean, you've been in one city almost your entire life.
That's right.
It's incredible.
Been pretty great.
Let's talk about some pretty great things in sports. Some my favorite niche sporting events coming up next year on Middays with Matt.
From the Host Coffee Studio.
sounder contest. When you hear the sounder that sounds like this, hey everybody, Harry Carey here. Sounds a lot better than that. It's Will Ferrell doing it. When you hear that sounder, go to 1620zone.com and enter into our Road to Wrigley contest where you can have an opportunity to win 2 tickets to see Nebraska volleyball go up against Missouri at historic Wrigley Field. We're going to give you 2 tickets to the game. We're going to give you airfare for 2 from Omaha to Chicago. We're going to put you in a hotel. And we're going to give you a $150 gift card to go ahead and buy the things that you need, whether it be Ubers or merchandise or all of the likes at Wrigley Field. So have a great time. Put yourself in a position to have a good time by listening to the sounder and then going to 1620zone.com and signing up for that contest. Today is the day for Warde Manuel. We get to find out whether or not he will continue to be the athletic director of Michigan. You know Warde Manuel from productions such as I allowed one of the greatest cheating scandals in all of American sport history to happen under my watch, as well as productions such as my coach had an inappropriate relationship with a worker that led him to getting misdemeanor charges from threatening that worker while I knew it was going on and told him not to travel with her anymore. Everybody knows that production. We probably need to lessen that title.
Wordy title, but yeah.
Very
we
wordy.
know.
Some businesses know how things get done. The Wall Street Journal did report, by the way, that apparently, according to an internal investigation that has been done by the law firm Jenner and Block, a very well-known law firm in Chicago, which, by the way, Michigan spent $12 million into this internal investigation, that people at Michigan do not want the findings of this investigation to get out there because it would look very poorly on the university, and the university is trying to block some of these parts of this investigation from getting out to the public, in which Paige Shivers, who is the person in question who allegedly had the inappropriate relationship with Sharon Moore, her lawyers are saying, no, you need to release these documents immediately. And so there will be some conversations about that at the Board of Trustees meetings tonight with Michigan, and where Warde Manuel's job will apparently come into question. This is from Twitter account Sam Jane. They are a reporter for M Live, which is a Michigan local news site. Jane tweets out that they asked President Domenico Grasso if he still believed that Warde Manuel is the best AD in the country. Grasso's response was, Warde is one of the best athletic directors in the country. So he stands by his previous statements that Warde still is doing a great job. And so we will find out today. Say this. These next couple of days and weeks will be very interesting for the legacy of Warde Manuel and the legacy of what Michigan athletics, how we view them in terms of the championships that they've won during this time as his athletic director, because we've mentioned, according to the Wall Street Journal, they have found some reports, and they have reported that they have reason to believe that Warde Manuel did know about the inappropriate relationship between Sharon Moore and Paige Shivers before it came to a head. Also, and this is kind of an underrated part about this, Michigan currently is in a lawsuit with a former linebackers coach by the name of Chris Partridge. And Partridge claims that both Warde Manuel and the president of Michigan at the time, Santa Ono, knew about the cheating allegations, knew about the sign stealing scandal, knew about everything that was happening with Connor Stallions and the Michigan football team before it came, it came to business, and eventually all the people had to get removed, and eventually Partridge was fired. He's claiming that the people in power, Manuel and Santa Ono, knew what was going on before it all went public, and he simply was a scapegoat and somebody that they had to fire at the 11th hour to make good with Tony Petitti in the Big Ten, who, by the way, is also listed in that lawsuit. So we're potentially looking at a situation where we come to find out that Warde Manuel, after claiming over and over and over again that he had no idea what was going on, whether it be with Sharon Moore and Paige Shivers, and whether it be with the sign stealing scandal, after claiming that he had no recollection, or they might say in Wolf of Wall Street, I have no recommendation of the matter. that he actually did. He actually very well knew what was going on. And so it'll be very interesting to see what the decisions are made about Warde Manuel as the future athletic director at Michigan, and what would the legacy of his time as the athletic director, and what would the legacy be of just that entire department. As we asked the question to you, Nebraska fans, would you trade what has gone down at Michigan? Would you take on all the scandals that Michigan has had over the last 15 years if it means also having all of the accomplishments that Michigan has had, which include multiple college football playoff appearances, which include a national championship in 2023, which include a college basketball national championship in 2026, which include a college World Series championship series appearance in 2019, other national championships that have happened in gymnastics and men's and women's? Would you trade all of that success? It means having the scandals. 52% though said no, I wouldn't. Only 48% say yes, I would take all of those championships for the scandal. So that will come to a head tonight. The Open is going on. Do we know why we stopped calling it the British Open? Do we know? I just tuned in one year and it was done. I never really have gone and looked up why did we stop calling it the British Open. I will never stop calling it the British Open, by the way. To me, it's just the British Open through and through.
See what Google has to say.
Google always
has never been called the British Open officially.
Oh, okay.
Founded in 1860 by the Royal and Ancient Golf Club, it has always been named the Open Championship. The British label was merely an informal nickname primarily used by Americans to distinguish it from the U.S. Open.
I mean, yeah, you can't just say we have the U.S. Open and then you have the Open. It doesn't make any sense.
The RNA strictly prohibits the British moniker in official communications.
The RNA can shove it.
Requiring broadcasters and media to use the Open or the Open Championship to respect its status as the world's original and premier Open tournament.
A man I've never heard of before is currently leading the Open.
That's good. Well, I mean, it's Thursday. Anyone can be leading after one day.
You could be leading, Josh Otson.
I could. I would play the hell out of that course.
Jackson Suber is leading right now the British Open. He is 5 under. He is the sole person in first place right now, and he is behind Sung Jae Im. And then tied with Im is a man by the name of Daniel Brown. It was D. Brown. I could have guessed that it was Daniel. I haven't heard of any of these men. Pierceson Cootie.
He just hit it into a
the
trap.
Water? Okay. Then there's MJ Defoe.
Whoa.
Followed up. Oh, I know this guy, Thomas Dietrich. I'm aware of Thomas Dietrich. He's 3
You
under.
have not said the name Bryson DeChambeau yet.
I'm not going to. Can't stand him.
He was hanging around the top.
Hanging around.
Yes.
Hanging around. He's 3 under. He's done for the day. Robbie Mack, who is a very popular pick to win this British Open. Yeah, I don't give a damn what Google says. He's a very popular pick to win the British Open. He is currently 3 under. As well. I'm actually in an open pool.
Okay, who you got?
I selected 7 different golfers, and then the top 4 scores is how you rank them. I believe I'm in second to last place.
It's early, though.
Right now. I am, still there. I have Terrell Haddon, Tom Kim, Patrick Cantlay, Matt Fitzpatrick.
Jackson Suber ranked 115th in the world.
Person currently leading this right now, his name is Crimson Tide, which is annoying.
What?
He's got
your pool.
My pool.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody listen to these names. Crimson Tide, Victor's Year, Bangers and Mash, Links and Drinks, Lincoln's Dad, The Mad Hattons, Foof Tyrants, Bad Friends. Okay.
All right. Links and Drinks is all right, but everyone else is the least creative
There were
person
some
you've
of
met.
these I can't say.
Sure. I'll bet those are actually funny ones.
Giannis Rules, which I think is like a Greek rules joke.
Giannis Rules.
The Admiral. I didn't know this was a Kentucky Derby pool. Tiger's Still High.
It might be. We don't know. Who's to say?
Who is to say? Birdie's Buddies, Pitch and Chips. My team name, Matthew McMaster.
Good name.
Yeah, I know. Great name. It's a strong name, some people would say. British Open Congressional Medal of Honor.
Handshake meme.
Okay. Is it not do they just call it the Medal of Honor? Is it I'm confused by that. Kenneth goes, is that a golf referencing Tiger scored? By the way, we don't get enough credit for that. When Sunday Reds came out, like his new line came out or whatever, and we were like, oh, it should be called Friday Afternoon Blue. And then 3 days later, that whole situation happened, and he was wearing blue on a Friday afternoon. That was one of my greatest jokes. Rob goes, any reports on how many houses have been hit at the Open so far? Rob.
Good joke, Rob.
Okay. Before this season of golf, I had never hit a house before.
Really?
I hit a fence once on Iron Horse. I hit a neighbor's fence, and the guy was totally cool with it.
He knows.
Would you like to guess how many houses I've hit this year on the golf course?
I will bet this is not your first time. I will say 4.
I have hit 5 houses this year.
That's too many.
On the golf course.
Something's wrong with you.
3 of them have been at Tiburon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to those people. I haven't broke anything. I've
my in-laws' house backs up to a golf course. It occasionally happens. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. They know it's going to happen. The house has the right glass in the right places.
I've hit at Lake Geneva. I hit a woman's patio table, and she claimed I almost took her head off. And I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. That was my apologies. She was very upset. She actually
really?
she took the ball from her backyard and she threw it into the fairway. And I was like, she's like, yeah, I put it over there. I go, oh, thanks for the great lie. And then I went ahead and I parred the hole.
Take that as your drop.
Seriously, no, it wasn't my drop. That was my drive.
Sure.
That's what happened. As Cootie putts, he makes it, so he's at 4 under.
He had a great out on the sand
Did
trap.
he?
You know, these courses
but that was for bogey.
At the Open always have the particularly deep sand traps.
Deep. Look at Francisco Molinari. You know him from productions such as I completely choked away the 2019 Masters to allow Tiger Woods to end up winning his final major.
Oh, he got tigered.
And then no. Tiger got Molinari. This is what happened.
Okay.
It was the other way around. Tiger did nothing to do that. That was Francisco being a dummy.
Got some comments in the YouTube chat
go
here.
ahead.
Travis, you haven't lived until someone comes running out of their house claiming you owe them a new window. Kenneth, sorry, but if you don't want golf balls to hit your property, don't move to and I'm going to go ahead and say this, GD golf course.
Okay, real quick here. I'm not a lawyer.
You're not.
I am not a lawyer.
I think you could be if you really set your mind to it.
My mom did want me to be an agent. She was like,
that would be good for you as well. Yes.
She was like, if this whole broadcasting thing, like before you go really into it, I think you should be an agent. Like, I think you can negotiate some deals. And I was like, no, Mom, I don't want to go to school.
I want to talk about 90s Nebraska for the rest of my life.
Do you think we do that here?
We do not.
We do not do that here on Middays with Matt. We don't. But because we are in the here and now. But according to Steve Sipple, how could you ever say the 90s are better than right now? How could you ever think that? I don't know, Sip.
Yeah.
But not a lawyer, golfing with a lawyer. I asked that lawyer, what happens if I hit a house? Like what your professional expertise? And he goes, they live on a golf course.
Yeah.
They know.
It comes with the territory.
They know. They know what they're here.
They bought the house that they assumed the risk, right? I believe that's the term.
I was golfing with somebody yesterday who owned property on Tiburon, and they did mention the whole, if you bought the house while it was a golf course, which makes sense.
Okay,
because
sure.
there might be some
I didn't
differences.
choose. Yeah, sure.
If you bought the house, then there was a golf course. That could be a different argument.
Bill texts into the show. Hi, Bill. Don't feel bad. My league right after yours, we had some guy subbing and he hit 2 houses also.
Here's the thing. I hit the houses and I have the same, like what we were saying in the YouTube chat. I was like, you live on a golf course. I don't care. I hit the house. It's more of I felt embarrassed.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Like I was embarrassed to hit I hit 2 houses. I was embarrassed to hit the houses in front of people yesterday, And then there's like, this is a great Tiburon league. Like, it's a lot of guys who know each other, and I've gotten to know them, and so we're having a good time. That silence when that golf ball is hooking towards the house, and all of a sudden it's just like you hit it, and you're like, oh, it's going. You go, oh no, and then everybody on the tee box has to go 4, and you don't. Here's the thing I've learned about 4 calls because I make plenty of them in a round.
Oh.
You don't half-ass it. You can't half-ass a 4 call, right? You gotta let it go. If you're gonna yell 4, you go. So we're all yelling 4, and then there's that like 2-second silence of, all right, let's listen for the sound. I hit side paneling both times though. I did find one of the golf balls. Kenneth goes, golf is hard, and Tiburon is pretty tight around some holes. Well, here's the problem. And I love Tiburon. I love my people. Shout out Tom. They put all the houses on the left side because they're like, oh, the righties will just snap hook into the other fairway. But I'm a lefty. So when you put all the houses on the left side,
you're saying the course is biased against southpaws.
I think all courses are biased against southpaws.
Okay.
Outside of courses that are very nice and difficult, then they're biased against righties, which then I benefit because I'm like, oh, dog leg left. Cool. I'll do my normal drive.
What I do, yeah.
Exactly. But like I'll say what's even worse than having the house lined up to your left, having the road. You think you feel bad when you hit a side paneling? How about you hit a car while it's moving? Right? That's scary. I'm scared. When there's an active highway on the left side,
I'd give you a jolt.
I'm going to be real with you. I take my 7-iron out sometimes, and I just go, I'm not even messing with that. I'm going to aim it out to the right. I don't want to hit a family of 4 on their way to the baseball game. You know, I don't want to do that at all. It's hard being a lefty, man. It's hard being a lefty.
I believe you. I've heard this from other left-handed people. I don't know how to fix it.
Well, I know how to fix it. How about we go ahead and I just get better at golf. We'll ask.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that was an option.
About golf. Andy Kendeigh joins the show here on Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I look at the schedule.
Got a lot of great contests on 1620thezone.com. Chris Stapleton, the Young Giant, Bert Kreischer, Motionless in White, just a couple of concerts to name a few that you can enter in and potentially find your way to by winning those contests on 1620thezone.com. And don't forget, it's 1620 The Zone night at the Omaha Storm Chasers game on Friday, July 17th at 7 p.m. against Lehigh Valley. Everything Nebraska night will be going on at the Omaha Storm Chasers games. Very famous figures of Nebraska sports, such as Eric Crouch and Brian Dunsing will be there. We will be there. Very famous figures of Nebraska sports in 1620 The Zone. I will be there. I think Connor will be there. We'll see how many I don't know the full lineup. I'll just tell you right now, Middays with Mac going to be there. And I think we're throwing out the first pitch. I don't know for sure. So it'll be a very, very good time Friday at the Omaha Storm Chasers game between Lehigh Valley, July 17th at 7 p.m. as Rory McIlroy was in the crap. He was buried deep into the grass on the 14th hole. He now finds himself on the par 5 14th here in a bunker that would probably take me about 4 different shots to get out of as he's lining that up. McIlroy not having a good round after obviously having a great season after winning the Masters, but currently 2 over on the day in round 1 of the British Open. Jackson Super, I believe, leads right now 5 under after shooting a 65 at Royal Birkdale. We bring in Mr. Andy Kendeigh from KETV. AK, how are you?
My friend, this is the first time I've ever done a live radio hit with waves crashing near my feet.
Are you on vacation?
I am, but this is how dedicated I am to your show.
You could have totally told us, no way, I'm on vacation. I don't want to be on the air. You could have done that.
Well, it was funny because I was talking to Lauren. I was like, oh, my God, what's the date? And Lauren goes, it's Thursday, you idiot. And then I was like, oh, my God, I've got to be on that. And Lauren says, I'll do it. And I was like, no, I should do it. So I'm sitting here waiting for the sunscreen to soak in before I head into the Gulf of Mexico. I'm sorry, the Gulf of America.
You can call it whatever you want in the show, Andy
right,
Kendeigh.
Just going into the Gulf.
We have
opportunist.
We have a couple of rules, and you didn't break those rules by calling it the Gulf of whatever you want to call it. So that's totally okay. We don't really have a rule on that here.
More of an unwritten policy. I got you.
SPF, what are you rocking?
My God.
It's got to be high, right?
Oh, yeah. 50, 5-0.
Yeah.
5-0, man. And we've gone through about 6 cans of it this week. It's been awful.
Well, here's the thing about SPF 50. It's SPF 50. It's like one of those things where it's like, it's goop, It's like, it doesn't like blend into your skin. Like I don't know. It's tough. I kind of prefer the SPF 30 with the spray if I had to pick my poison.
It's a 50 with the spray.
Oh, okay. That's a high. Hey, that's a high dollar right there, Andy.
Skin. Yeah, my pasty white skin. I need all the protection I can get, as you fellows know.
Do you want to dox yourself? What beach are you currently on, and what state?
This is now before everybody goes robbing my house. We do have a house sitter staying at our home to watch our dogs. So forget about that.
Okay.
I'm at Marco Island in Florida with the kids.
Oh my God. What a vacation. Yeah. Marco Island is, I think, my favorite vacation spot I've ever been to. It is
unbelievable. I've never been, and I'll tell you what, we'd come back here next week if we could, honestly.
Dude, it is. I have spent maybe 3 weeks of my life in Marco Island, and I often hearken back to it. It's
telling you.
Isn't
it great?
The weather's great. The wind is perfect. There's some really good resorts down there. How many key lime pies have you had down there?
Yeah, you know what? Last night we had a big one last night.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
One of the best, right?
And I'll tell you, we were at Clearwater a year ago. We take one vacation a year. We went to Clearwater last year, and it was great. Clearwater was great, but the vibe is different. There's a lot more hustle, bustle, more a little bit more like overwhelmingly touristy. Where Marco Island is like one of the bartenders was saying, they should make happy hour at 11 a.m. to about 2 because all the old folks go to bed so early. And it really is. It's very skews older. It's real chill. There's a lot of families though, but it's not like wild and crazy. Let's go clubbing, which is well past my prime. So
but if you did want to go clubbing, they do got a couple options down there. Like they do have.
Okay, good to know.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, they're pretty locked and loaded over there. It is a quiet area. I feel like I go to Marco Island. It's the only vacation where I lose weight because all I'm doing is eating fish and rice. It's just there. It's just so good down there.
Well, I'm challenging that theory this week. I think I put on about 15 pounds. I just told my wife. I said, when we go back, I mean, we gotta go back on the and she's like, well, it would help when you don't drink every day.
Well, yeah.
I mean, Diet Coke. I got to cut back on the Diet Coke.
Well, those are 0 calories, AK. That's probably the best thing you might drink down there.
Well, Diet Coke might be mixed in with a few other beverages.
You bringing out the sticks right now?
No, I didn't bring any sticks down here.
Okay.
That'd be a nice way to say, hey kids, Dad's going golfing. See ya.
Yeah,
no,
seriously.
we've been a pretty together group. My oldest just graduated college, so we consider this could be the last all 5 of us together. Who knows? Who knows what next year brings? So we're living for the moment here.
I'll tell you this right now. We went on a vacation to, I told you about this. We went to Lake Geneva, me and my entire family, and now our niece, who was born a year ago. We did the math. It was the first time in 6 years all of the kids and parents were together in a place that wasn't Illinois. First time in 6 years. So you gotta enjoy it because I don't, sometimes as someone who has been the kid who has gone through everybody, leaving the nest, it happens really quickly to you. It happens really quickly.
I'll tell you, I've never known, like, now I can relate to what my wife feels about me when I open up baseball cards because she's been on this shelling kick. Like, she's looking for all these unique and rare shells on the beach, which I guess is a thing down here. So people go shelling, and she gets up at the crack of dawn to go try to find unique shells. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, it's just like your Shohei Ohtani. Just get off my back. I'm like, okay. All right.
I don't know. I mean, that seashell isn't hitting 40 home runs and pitching 97 innings with a 2.23 ERA.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean,
that shell is just sitting there. What's that shell going to do for me?
What's your best card that you got? What's your most unique trading card you own?
Oh, that I own?
Yeah.
I have a Bob Gibson rookie card.
Whoa.
Which is 1959 and it's graded. And that was my big purchase. Yeah, that was I treated myself that in the last year.
That's a good
Bob
one.
Gibson rookie. That's one of my Grail cards. My favorite football player of all time is Walter Payton, and I've done the every year his base card graded, and so I have his base card, which is 1976 tops. That is in a 4, but I'd like to upgrade at some point.
I have a LeBron James rookie card.
Is that the one with him in a suit?
It's Topps. No, it's a Topps Upper Deck ticket rookie card is what I have.
Okay.
If I graded it, it'd probably be about a 7, and it's not in the best condition. I have a Kevin Durant rookie card, him in a Supersonics jersey, and then I think my favorite card I own, Andy, is a Ray Allen rookie. I have a Ray Allen rookie. It is a hot card. It's a hot looking card.
I'm trying to picture what the Ray Allen rookie card looks like.
It's I can actually, let me look it up here. I think it's a Topps rookie card. I can find it's got like cursive lettering on the bottom of it.
All right.
I'm
telling you. But it's funny how you can remember, like at the tip of your tongue, your favorite card.
It's like him, it's like him dribbling, and he's in like he's in like a purple. Oh, I found it. Here it is. I found it.
Purple Bucks unit.
It's a purple Bucks unit. He's got a little cursive writing under it. It goes for $850 on eBay.
Whoa.
PSA 10.
There you go.
But I don't got a 10. I don't got a PSA 10. These things have been rotting in a binder.
My Bob Gibson rookie is a PSA 2.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, the 2 is. I've learned that there are numbers and grades, and there's actually eye appeal, and the eye appeal on this 2 was more important than the number for me because It is right dead red center, and it's got that pink background. It's got that awesome, like, boyish smile that he's,
Yeah,
and it's a high number too, which makes it even more valuable.
Yeah.
The 1959 series. So yeah, it's one of the all-time classics.
Oh, my Uncle John, I don't know if it's a rookie card, but he has a Ted Williams trading card, like from all the way back in the day. And he has it locked up in a safe.
Yeah, you know what? My Bob Gibson's in a safe deposit box.
Seriously, eventually I'll probably put my LeBron in one. I mean, I'm not even kidding. I mean,
I don't mess around. Yeah, I don't mess around. I got a safe, and then I got a safe.
But here's the thing, though, Andy. Would you ever sell that thing? Like, I would never sell mine. I would never sell mine.
No, not at all. But when I move on to the great sportscaster realm in the sky, I want my kids to be able to sell that thing because it doesn't mean anything to them.
There you go. Good
Bob
point.
Gibson was my dad's favorite player, which makes him my favorite player. Also the Omaha connection, obviously.
That's awesome.
It's kind of a nice deal, yeah. And so I collect Gibson, I collect Gale Sayers, Walter Payton, and Bobby Witt. Bobby Witt is my guy too.
I love that.
Collect Bobby Witt. So Bobby Witt actually collects as well. I like guys who are big time athletes who also collect.
Yeah, you got
to Jacob Mizrahi.
I think if you ever get out to Boston, Tom Brady has his own like card shop over there.
Oh yeah, he's got one in Vegas too now.
Oh, did you go to that one?
Yeah, they did. It's pretty sweet.
Really?
Pretty sweet.
I don't know.
I can talk cards and beaches all day with you.
Dude, here's my thing is like if I ever see a card shop, I have to go in.
Absolutely.
I have to go in. There's like I could be walking around great point here. I could be on vacation, Andy, and we could be in like a downtown area. And if we pass by a card shop, I go, give me 20. Give me 20.
Card shop in Clearwater had to stop in last.
Yeah. I got a PCA rookie card 2 years ago.
Ooh.
And so that one has developed greatly. I did buy an Anthony Miller rookie card. It was a jersey card. Anthony Miller was a wide receiver who was drafted in the second round by the Bears, and he busted. He was terrible.
Yeah,
he was awesome.
I mean, we could go over the bust Hall of Fame for cards if you'd like. Because there's plenty out there. There's so many busts.
What do you have a Kwame Brown rookie card?
Oh. I don't have a Kwame Brown rookie card.
You got a Sam Bowie? Do you got a Sam Bowie rookie card?
I do not have a Sam Bowie. No. I do have plenty of Nate Pearsons though, and Joey Bart. And we can go down that laundry.
That'd be actually. How do you think a collection of like Bowie, Darko Milicic? You have a Adam Morrison card, Greg Odom. Like how? Like
hey, Darko won a title before all those other bums.
Okay, all right. We get it. But like if you had a whole like binder of all the great busts and they were all rookie PSA 10s. I feel like somebody would be willing to buy that and be like, look, I got all the cards people thought would be valuable.
Sure. No question. And there's a subset of people who actually collect like goofy cards. There's like a Mark Jackson card with the Melendez brothers in the front row at the Garden.
Andy Kendeigh, I have that card.
Do you have that?
I have that card. I have that card from that collection.
Or the Billy Ripken card with the message on the bat knob that says F face on it.
I'm almost so. Wait, let me look up what year that Mark Jackson. So this is so crazy. So you're gonna cringe, but I had no other. I didn't know what I was doing back in the day. I was like 12 years old, and my mom brought up like a big old box, and it was it was the Topps 1990 edition, the Topps 1990 NBA edition, and it was all like open packs and everything like that, like sealed packs, and it's like a whole box of 1990 cards, right, unopened, worth a lot now, right? Like in $26 worth a decent amount. I just had it in 2010. My mom's like, yeah, my friend, like they were clearing out their place. They found these cards. So she gives me the box and I just opened them. I just went through and I opened them.
Sure.
And I got the Mark Jackson Menendez twin. And I didn't know it was that until I was watching some documentary. We were watching a Menendez brothers documentary.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And it was It was that card, and I go, I have that card, and I ran down, and I still have it to this day. I'm pretty sure there's a trading card with like Evolution from the WWE is on it. Like it's Triple H, Ric Flair, and Batista are in a trading card.
I know that there's a Sam Vincent card when he was playing. I want to say it was the Magic, and Jordan is wearing a replacement jersey, and he's trailing him in the picture. But like Jordan's jersey got lost, and he had to wear, I think it was number 12. I'm pulling this from the top of my head.
I think it was 12.
And that card is valuable because Jordan's in it, and he's not wearing a normal jersey number.
I produced a sport trading card collecting show in Chicago when I was working over there. I think it was called like the Sports Collectors. It was Mark Potash of the Sun Times was on it. They would talk about all their cards. All right, real quick. We were doing a segment called Kool-Aid Questions, where I ask questions that if you were to answer yes to all of them, you would be quote unquote drinking the Kool-Aid. Can I ask you one of those questions, and then you tell me what your confidence level that will happen?
Sure.
Okay, here's a Kool-Aid question. Will the special teams be good? Your confidence that is the case, 1 out of 10, Andy Kendeigh, is what for the Nebraska Cornhusker football team?
Good in comparison to what?
Good in comparison, like they are above, they are in the upper, there's 136 teams, so they are 68th or better in overall special teams metrics. They are above average in special teams.
Yeah, and they can actually make the snap back to the holder.
That and then the holder puts the ball down, and then they actually put the ball through the uprights. Yes, that.
I'll say, scale 1 to 10.
Scale of 1 to 10. How confident are you that they could accomplish that Kool-Aid question? 6? 6? Do tell.
6. I mean, they have skill. They've got players who can actually, on paper, fill those roles. It's just the unknown is the leadership portion of it. Now, granted, they were in different roles last year. They're just in a different elevated position. So, I think at some point you got to give some benefit of the doubt. But until they do it, I don't think he can be all in. I think, and that's actually kind of a slice of what I think a lot of people are saying right now. It's been amazing this summer. I've been asked more about Husker volleyball and Husker baseball and Husker softball, and than I have Husker football. I think people are at the point now where just saying, okay, just prove it. I just want to see it done. Like people are done chatting about it, which I don't. I was like, but I think that's going to start ramping up here now as the real talking season begins. With the media days and all this stuff. I just think that having gone through what we went through this last year, how they finished football wise, and then watching all these other sports play so well at Nebraska, I think everybody's ready for Nebraska to either do something or, let's not talk about it as much as we do.
All right, go back on vacation. Continue to get your feet wet. Maybe how many more days do you have it? Are you out there?
We fly back tomorrow.
Oh, okay. You got to soak this day in. Yeah. You got to really soak this up. Okay.
Absolutely.
Good for you. All righty, Andy. We'll talk to you soon, my
friend.
All
right, boys.
I
will jump into the saltwater Gulf of Mexico, America.
Okay. Well, thank you for being PC, by the way. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I don't want to offend anybody.
Neither do I. See you, AK.
Yeah.
Good man. Bye. See you. Bye-bye. I got skunked by a jellyfish. Will never go back into the ocean. Oh! Fun fact about me. Middays with Matt. Wrapping it up here in the next segment on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620.
but it's just like there's not enough for me to go around this entire station. Only Josh Otson gets me. I'm loyal to one man.
He's a one producer host, I guess.
Unless it's Jake Janasek, then I love
that guy's good.
Dude, he's awesome. He's like my Austin.
He will be.
Be like, yeah, hey, Josh, don't worry about it. Hey, what if you're you might be.
I could.
That'll be the most obvious Wacky Guess Wednesday that I don't want you to be a Wacky Guess Wednesday.
Okay.
Not everybody can be a wacky guess. We can just have wacky guess. What are we watching tonight? Probably some things that are wacky.
So I thought today, okay, there's no sports. There's no fake award show. There's actually a baseball game on tonight. One lone baseball game.
No way.
Yeah, Mets and Phillies, 6:00 tonight on ESPN.
This is a dumb question, but I'm not a man of baseball. Is it like the Little League Classic or whatever, or like some sort of novelty game? Are they playing like in a cornfield or in like a battle station?
I think that's a fair question, but no, they're just in Philly. Everybody was there.
State in North Carolina played on a
battleship.
A battleship.
Yeah, and it did not go well. It was incredibly dangerous.
Who could have thought about the wind?
The wind and
we'll
water.
find out at Wrigley Field in September. What else are we watching?
WNBA Portland, Washington, 6:00 on NBA TV, and then it's Liberty Wings at 8:00 on Prime. NBA Summer League rolls on ESPN2. Warriors Knicks at 6, followed by Raptors Heat at 8. The Open's still going on for about another hour here on USA and Peacock. Round 2 tomorrow. I think it starts at 6 a.m. I don't really know when. It's on when I wake up. I'll tell you that much. And on Netflix today, you get the series premiere, all 10 episodes of The Hawk. Will Ferrell plays a once great golfer who refuses to believe he's anything other than one stroke away from the greatest comeback in history. I think when they made this show, it was like, ooh, they didn't have the rights to the tours, but they're like, ooh, he's going to be a live guy who's trying to get back to the PGA. And now
interesting.
That's an antiquated notion now. So they have to like sell it differently.
Pull back a little bit. That's a very interesting way of putting it there, Josh. I don't find myself planning on watching this. I just don't.
I will give it a try. I've heard it is sort of towards the bottom of the Will Ferrell sports pantheon, but I'll give it a try.
No. Can I throw this out here?
Please.
Is this Will Ferrell trying to do his like version of what's that coach's name? That the guy who got cheated on with Harry Styles with Jason Sudeikis? He played
no, this is not. He's not trying to be Ted Lasso. I think he's trying to be like John Daly.
But this is like no. I'm not trying to say they're both being the same character. But this is like take on, hey, I'm the old veteran actor who's doing a sport adjacent funny thing.
Yeah, I think that's a safe space for Will Ferrell because he likes sports and people who like sports like him.
That's a good point. I love Will Ferrell.
Oh yes, dog of the day.
Yeah,
dog.
We should have done an acapella.
Oh.
Should we make our own acapella? Dog, 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 dog. By the way, I knew I was talking over the intro.
That's okay.
I had
no
gripes about it.
Dog of the day hit yesterday. Nobody gives Matt his kudos when it goes well. It's always, Matt, it went wrong. It went horribly wrong.
How did you say that word?
Kudos?
Kudos.
Kudos.
I feel like you really emphasized the dose there. Like you really.
Well,
kudos.
It's the Latin influence on this show. I just say dose all the time now.
Hash brown.
Corn Huskers.
Corn Huskers. Kyle Schwarber will hit a home run tonight, plus 194 against the New York Mets. It is a Tank Thursday. Everybody knows I bet Tanks on Thursdays. That's a known thing.
That's what they say about
I have concepts of a bet here on Middays with Matt. USC and the crossover coming up next.
From the Host Coffee Studio.